the first travelers to reach impossible places.
The morning air in Tangier carried the salt scent of the Mediterranean and the familiar sounds of a city waking to prayer. It was June 1325, and a young man of 21 stood at the Bab Fez Gate, the eastern entrance to the city he had known all his life. Ibn Battuta, Muhammad ibn Abdullah ibn Muhammad ibn Ibrahim al-Lawati al-Tanji, carried little with him. A leather satchel containing his most precious possession, a manuscript of Islamic law he had copied in his own hand during his studies, a water skin, some dates and bread for the journey, and the clothes on his back. But he carried something else, something invisible, yet far heavier than any physical burden. The weight of his mother's final embrace, her tears on his shoulder, her whispered prayers for his safe return.
He would never see her again.
Of course, Ibn Battuta did not know this as he joined a caravan of pilgrims heading east toward Mecca. He believed, as did his family, that he would return within a year or perhaps two, having fulfilled his religious obligation to complete the Hajj pilgrimage that every able Muslim must undertake at least once in their lifetime. He imagined returning with stories of the holy cities, perhaps some scholarly credentials earned in the great learning centers of the Hijaz, maybe even a bride from a respectable family along the way. His father, himself a legal scholar and judge, had blessed the journey. His mother had packed sweets he loved as a child. His brothers had teased him about the adventures he would have. It was supposed to be temporary, a chapter of life, not the entirety of it.
But as Ibn Battuta watched the gates of Tangier close behind him, something shifted within his chest. Later, when he dictated his account of these travels, a book known as the Rihla, or the Journey, to the Andalusian scholar Ibn Juzay, he would describe this moment with unusual emotion for a legal scholar accustomed to dry precision. I set out alone, finding no companion to cheer the way with friendly intercourse, and no party of travelers with whom to associate myself. Swayed by an overmastering impulse within me and a long-cherished desire to visit those glorious sanctuaries, I resolved to quit all my friends and tear myself away from my home. As my parents were still alive, it weighed grievously upon me to part from them, and both they and I were afflicted with sorrow.
The caravan Ibn Battuta joined that June morning consisted of approximately 30 pilgrims, several merchants, armed guards, and the essential guides who knew the treacherous routes through the Maghreb toward Egypt. The medieval world was not kind to solo travelers. Bandits haunted the roads, wild animals prowled the wilderness. Desert crossings could kill the unprepared within days. But perhaps the greatest danger was simply getting lost, wandering until water ran out and the sun became an executioner. For this reason, individual travel was nearly impossible. The caravan was both necessity and community, a mobile society that formed at departure points and dissolved at destinations, only to reform in new configurations.
The route east from Tangier followed the North African coast, passing through territories we now know as Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, and Libya. But Ibn Battuta did not think in terms of these modern nation-states. His world was organized differently, structured by the vast umbrella of Dar al-Islam, the House of Islam, which stretched from the Atlantic shores of Morocco to the islands of Southeast Asia, from the steppes of Central Asia to the savannas of East Africa. Within this immense territory, a traveler like Ibn Battuta could move with relative ease, speaking Arabic or Persian with fellow scholars, finding hospitality at Sufi lodges and madrasas, relying on the shared framework of Islamic law and custom that created a kind of medieval globalization.
Yet this unity was more ideal than reality. The Islamic world of 1325 was politically fragmented into dozens of sultanates, emirates, and khanates, each with its own ruler, court, and power struggles. The great Abbasid Caliphate that had once united the Muslim world had collapsed in 1258 when Mongol armies under Hulagu Khan sacked Baghdad, executed the last caliph, and destroyed the House of Wisdom, throwing its countless manuscripts into the Tigris River until, legend says, the water ran black with ink. Nearly 70 years had passed since that catastrophe, but the Islamic world was still finding its footing in this new fragmented reality.
The first major city Ibn Battuta reached was Tlemcen, about a week's journey from Tangier. Here he encountered his first taste of the wider world beyond his hometown. Tlemcen was a center of learning and trade, its markets filled with goods from sub-Saharan Africa, gold dust, ivory, enslaved peoples, and from the Mediterranean, Spanish textiles, Italian glass, French weapons. Ibn Battuta stayed at a madrasa, a religious school where travelers of scholarly reputation could find free lodging and meals. This became his pattern, leveraging his education in Islamic jurisprudence to access the network of religious institutions that dotted the Muslim world.
It was in Tlemcen that Ibn Battuta first displayed a character trait that would serve him throughout his travels, an almost chameleon-like ability to ingratiate himself with powerful patrons. He managed to secure an audience with the local sultan, Abu Tashufan, and impressed him sufficiently to receive a small purse of gold dinars. This was not merely luck or charm. Ibn Battuta possessed genuine scholarly credentials. He had memorized the Quran as a child, studied the Hadith, the sayings and traditions of the Prophet Muhammad, and trained in the Maliki school of Islamic jurisprudence, one of the 4 major legal traditions in Sunni Islam. He could discuss fine points of inheritance law, debate the proper length of prayer prostrations, and recite poetry in classical Arabic. These were marketable skills in the medieval Muslim world, where rulers constantly needed qadis, Islamic judges, to administer justice according to religious law.
From Tlemcen, the caravan proceeded east through a landscape that alternated between fertile coastal plains and harsh interior plateaus. They passed through Algiers, a modest port town that would later become infamous as a base for Barbary corsairs, but was then merely a way station. They traversed the territories of various Berber tribes, some welcoming to travelers, others hostile. More than once, the caravan had to alter its route based on intelligence about tribal warfare or bandit activity. Ibn Battuta learned to sleep lightly, his hand near his knife, waking at any unusual sound.
After nearly 2 months of travel, the caravan reached Tunis, capital of the Hafsid dynasty and one of the great cities of the Maghreb. Here, Ibn Battuta's journey nearly ended before it truly began. He fell seriously ill with a fever, possibly malaria, though his account doesn't specify. For weeks he lay in a madrasa, attended by physicians who applied the medical knowledge inherited from Greek, Persian, and Arab scholars. They bled him, applied poultices, made him drink bitter concoctions. Whether these treatments helped or simply failed to kill him, Ibn Battuta recovered, though he would be susceptible to illness throughout his travels, suffering repeated bouts of fever, dysentery, and various tropical diseases.
Tunis made a profound impression on the young traveler. It was several times larger than Tangier, with a population exceeding 100,000. Its great mosque, built in the 9th century, could hold thousands of worshippers. Its souks overwhelmed the senses with their variety. Silk merchants from Granada, spice dealers offering cardamom and cinnamon from distant lands, booksellers with manuscripts in Arabic, Hebrew, and Latin, coppersmiths whose hammering filled the air with metallic rhythm, and food vendors grilling lamb seasoned with exotic spices Ibn Battuta had never tasted. This was his introduction to the cosmopolitan nature of major Islamic cities, places where African, European, and Asian influences converged and created something greater than their parts.
But perhaps more importantly, Tunis introduced Ibn Battuta to the scholarly networks that would sustain his travels. He met fellow legal scholars who had studied in Cairo, Damascus, and Baghdad. He attended lectures by famous teachers whose reputations had reached even provincial Tangier. He participated in scholarly debates about fine points of Islamic law, impressing his elders with his memory and reasoning. These connections mattered profoundly. In the medieval Islamic world, knowledge was not primarily acquired from books, but through direct transmission from teacher to student. A scholar's credentials consisted not just of what he knew, but whom he had studied with. Ibn Battuta was beginning to accumulate the scholarly pedigree that would open doors throughout his travels.
After recovering his health and spending several months in Tunis, Ibn Battuta joined another caravan heading east. The route now took him through what is today Libya, a harsh landscape where the Sahara Desert meets the Mediterranean. The caravan stopped at oasis towns, Tripoli, Sirte, Benghazi, each a small island of civilization in an ocean of sand. Water became the most precious commodity. Ibn Battuta learned to ration his drinking, to recognize the signs of dehydration, to understand that in the desert, the caravan moved at the pace of survival, not convenience.
It was during this stretch of the journey that Ibn Battuta experienced his first serious brush with death. The caravan was ambushed by desert bandits, Bedouin raiders who materialized from the dunes like jinn from ancient stories. Arrows flew, men shouted. The hired guards fought back, while the pilgrims and merchants huddled behind baggage and pack animals. Ibn Battuta crouched behind a camel, hearing the whistle of arrows passing overhead, the screams of wounded men, the chaos of combat. The attack lasted perhaps 20 minutes, an eternity of terror, before the bandits withdrew, evidently deciding the caravan was too well defended to be worth further casualties.
The aftermath was Ibn Battuta's first encounter with a violent death. 2 guards and 1 pilgrim lay dead. Several others were wounded. The caravan paused long enough to bury the dead according to Islamic rites, wrapping them in simple shrouds and laying them in shallow graves that would soon be erased by shifting sands. Standing over those graves, Ibn Battuta must have contemplated his own mortality. He was thousands of miles from home, in a landscape where death could come suddenly and without warning, where a life could be snuffed out and buried in minutes, leaving barely a trace. Yet he continued. Something in him, call it wanderlust, curiosity, faith, or perhaps a combination of all 3, was stronger than fear. When the caravan finally reached the borders of Egypt, Ibn Battuta entered a different world. Egypt in 1326 was ruled by the Mamluks, a remarkable dynasty of soldier slaves who had seized power and created one of the most powerful states in the medieval world. The Mamluks had achieved what seemed impossible. They had defeated the Mongols, stopping their westward expansion at the Battle of Ain Jalut in 1260 and saving Egypt, Syria, and the holy cities of Mecca and Medina from the fate that had befallen Baghdad. They had also expelled the last Crusader kingdoms from the Levantine coast, ending nearly 2 centuries of Christian occupation. By the time Ibn Battuta arrived, Mamluk power was at its zenith, and Cairo was the undisputed center of the Islamic world. Ibn Battuta's first sight of the Nile was a moment he would remember forever. He saw it during the annual flood season, when the river swelled with water from Ethiopian highlands and submerged the surrounding fields, transforming Egypt into a vast lake dotted with villages on higher ground. This annual inundation was the source of Egypt's legendary fertility, the reason why this narrow strip of green along the Nile could support millions of people in the midst of desert. The ancient Egyptians had worshipped the Nile as a god. Muslim Egyptians thanked Allah for it, but the awe was the same. Ibn Battuta, coming from water-scarce Morocco, had never imagined a river of such magnitude, stretching wider than he could throw a stone, flowing with serene power toward the Mediterranean. Cairo itself was beyond anything in Ibn Battuta's experience. With a population approaching 500,000, it was one of the largest cities in the world, rivaled only by Delhi, Hangzhou, and perhaps Paris. The city sprawled across both banks of the Nile, connected by bridges and ferry boats. Its skyline was dominated by minarets, hundreds of them, marking the mosques that punctuated every neighborhood. The sound of the call to prayer, echoing from all directions 5 times daily, created a sacred symphony that Ibn Battuta found profoundly moving. The heart of Cairo was the Citadel, a massive fortress complex built by the great Saladin and now home to the Mamluk sultans. From its heights, one could survey the entire city, from the ancient pyramids visible to the west to the Mokattam Hills to the east. Below the citadel spread the commercial heart of Cairo, centered on the Khan al-Khalili Bazaar, a labyrinth of covered streets where merchants from 3 continents met to exchange goods. Here Ibn Battuta wandered, overwhelmed by the variety: Chinese porcelain, Indian pepper, Indonesian cloves, East African ivory, Russian furs, Italian brocades, Spanish leather, Persian carpets, and Arabian horses. The babel of languages, Arabic, Turkish, Persian, Greek, Italian, various African tongues, created an acoustic tapestry that signified Cairo's role as a crossroads of the world. Ibn Battuta established himself at the Al-Azhar Mosque, already 3.5 centuries old and recognized as one of Islam's premier centers of learning. Here he attended lectures by famous scholars, participated in debates, and continued building his network of scholarly connections. He also sought audiences with Cairo's elite, using his letters of recommendation from Tunisian scholars to gain access to wealthy patrons. His strategy was simple but effective. Present himself as a poor but worthy scholar making pilgrimage to Mecca, appeal to the religious duty of Muslims to support such pilgrimages, and accept whatever patronage was offered. Sometimes this meant a few coins, sometimes a new robe, occasionally, if he impressed sufficiently, an invitation to dinner or even temporary employment. It was in Cairo that Ibn Battuta refined his understanding of how the medieval Islamic world worked. Power was fragmented but interconnected. The Mamluk Sultan ruled Egypt and Syria, but his authority didn't extend to Iraq, Persia, or Arabia. Yet a scholar, merchant, or Sufi mystic could move between these domains, carrying letters of introduction, relying on professional and religious networks, adapting to local customs while maintaining core Islamic practices. This was a world without passports or visas, but also without any guarantee of safety or welcome. Success depended on personal connections, reputation, adaptability, and luck.
After several months in Cairo, Ibn Battuta continued his journey toward Mecca. The caravan route led up the Nile Valley toward Upper Egypt, then cut east across the desert to the Red Sea port of Adhab. But when Ibn Battuta reached Adhab, he found the port in turmoil. War between the Mamluks and the Muslim kingdoms of Nubia to the south had disrupted shipping. No vessels were available to carry pilgrims across the Red Sea to the Arabian coast. Frustrated, Ibn Battuta had no choice but to return to Cairo.
This setback proved fortunate. Back in Cairo, Ibn Battuta learned of an alternative route to Mecca, traveling north through Syria to Damascus, then south through the desert to Medina, and finally Mecca. This was the longer route, but also the more prestigious one, following in the footsteps of countless earlier pilgrims and scholars. Moreover, it would allow Ibn Battuta to visit Damascus, which held a special place in Islamic civilization as one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in the world and the capital of the Umayyad Caliphate in Islam's first centuries. The journey through the Levant took Ibn Battuta through landscapes rich with history. He visited Hebron and Jerusalem, cities sacred to Muslims, Christians, and Jews alike. In Jerusalem, he prayed at the Al-Aqsa Mosque, the third holiest site in Islam after Mecca and Medina, believing himself to stand where the Prophet Muhammad had ascended to heaven during the night journey. He marveled at the Dome of the Rock with its golden dome and intricate mosaics, a masterpiece of early Islamic architecture. He also observed with interest the Christian and Jewish communities living under Muslim rule, protected peoples who paid special taxes in exchange for the right to practice their religions. Damascus exceeded even Cairo in its impact on Ibn Battuta's imagination. The Umayyad Mosque, with its vast courtyard and intricate mosaics depicting paradise, was unlike anything he had seen. The city's gardens, watered by channels from the Battuta River, created green oases within the urban fabric. The souks were legendary, particularly the street called Straight mentioned in the Bible, now lined with shops selling Damascusine steel blades, silk brocades, and sweets made with rosewater and pistachios. Ibn Battuta spent weeks here, studying with Damascus's famous scholars, visiting Sufi shrines, and preparing himself spiritually for the climax of his journey, Mecca itself. The pilgrimage caravan that departed Damascus for Mecca in early 1326 was enormous, numbering several thousand pilgrims, merchants, soldiers, and officials. This was the official Syrian pilgrimage, organized and protected by the Mamluk authorities, one of several such caravans that converged on Mecca from different directions each year. The caravan brought its own economy and society, a mobile city that crossed the desert in carefully orchestrated stages, stopping at wells and caravanserais along the route. Ibn Battuta, still in his early 20s, was one small thread in this vast tapestry of humanity, united by shared faith and common destination.
The journey south from Damascus took approximately 40 days, following an ancient route through the Arabian desert. The landscape was harsh and monotonous, endless expanses of rock and sand, broken occasionally by stark mountain ranges or unexpected patches of scrub vegetation. Water sources were scarce and precious, each well a potential point of conflict between different caravans or with Bedouin tribes who controlled the routes and demanded payment for safe passage. The heat during the day was crushing. The cold at night was bitter. Yet there was a kind of terrible beauty to it, particularly at dawn and dusk when the sun transformed the desert into a canvas of impossible colors.
The caravan first reached Medina, the city where the Prophet Muhammad had established the first Muslim community after fleeing Mecca in 622 CE. Ibn Battuta spent several days here, praying at the Prophet's mosque, visiting sites associated with early Islamic history, and preparing himself for the final leg of the journey. From Medina to Mecca was roughly 300 miles, another week of desert travel. As the caravan drew closer to its destination, the excitement among the pilgrims became palpable. Many were making this journey for the first time, fulfilling a lifelong dream. Some were elderly, having saved for decades to afford the trip. Some were sick, determined to reach Mecca before they died. All were united in anticipation.
Ibn Battuta's first sight of Mecca came as the caravan crested a hill and the valley spread below. There, in the center of the city, stood the Kaaba, the cube-shaped structure that Muslims believe was built by Abraham and his son Ishmael, the structure that Muslims worldwide face 5 times daily in prayer. Even from a distance, even as merely one building among many, the Kaaba commanded attention. It was the spiritual center of the Islamic world, the destination of every Muslim's deepest longing, the physical embodiment of divine presence on earth.
Entering Mecca, Ibn Battuta followed the prescribed rituals of pilgrimage. He changed into the ihram, 2 simple white cloths that erased all distinctions of wealth, status, and nationality, making every pilgrim equal before God. He proceeded to the Masjid al-Haram, the great mosque that surrounded the Kaaba, and joined the thousands of other pilgrims in performing tawaf, circumambulating the Kaaba 7 times counterclockwise, swept along in a current of humanity that moved like a river around this sacred center. Later he would write that tears flowed down his face, that he felt a peace and joy beyond words, that in that moment all the hardships of travel, all the separation from family, all the dangers he had faced seemed not only worthwhile, but necessary.
The Hajj itself is a series of prescribed rituals performed over several days, reenacting events from the lives of Abraham, Hagar, and Ishmael. Pilgrims run between the hills of Safa and Marwa, commemorating Hagar's desperate search for water for her infant son. They spend a day in prayer at Mount Arafat, standing before God in meditation and repentance. They throw stones at pillars representing Satan's temptations. They sacrifice animals to feed the poor. They shave their heads as a symbol of spiritual rebirth. Ibn Battuta participated in all of these, joining millions of Muslims across history in these timeless acts of faith. When the Hajj concluded, Ibn Battuta faced a decision. The obvious choice was to return home, his religious obligation fulfilled. Many pilgrims in his caravan prepared to do exactly that, looking forward to reunions with families they had missed for months or years. But something had changed in Ibn Battuta. Over the course of his year-long journey from Tangier to Mecca, he had discovered something about himself. He was a born traveler. The world was vast, filled with wonders he had barely begun to glimpse. Islamic civilization stretched far beyond the Maghreb, Egypt, and Arabia. There were great cities he had only heard about: Baghdad, Isfahan, Delhi, Samarkand. There were lands even more exotic: India, Central Asia, China. There were Muslim communities in places he could barely imagine: sub-Saharan Africa, the steppes of Russia, the islands of Southeast Asia.
Ibn Battuta made a vow that would define the rest of his life: never to travel any road a second time. It was an audacious commitment, one that would eventually lead him to cover an estimated 75,000 miles over 30 years, visiting the equivalent of 44 modern countries, encountering dozens of cultures, serving numerous rulers, surviving countless dangers, and becoming the most traveled man of the medieval world, and arguably any world before the age of mechanized transport.
His first post-Hajj journey took him to Iraq and Persia. These were lands still recovering from the Mongol devastations of the previous century. When Hulagu Khan's army swept through the region in the 1250s, they had destroyed cities, massacred populations, and disrupted the irrigation systems that had sustained civilizations for millennia. By Ibn Battuta's time, some recovery had occurred, but the scars remained visible. He saw ruined cities, depopulated countryside, and great irrigation canals choked with silt.
Yet he also saw resilience. Baghdad, though a shadow of its former glory, remained an important city. The Mongol Ilkhanate that ruled Persia had converted to Islam, and Persian culture was experiencing a renaissance in art, poetry, and architecture.
Ibn Battuta's journey through Persia took him through a landscape of extremes: lush mountain valleys and harsh deserts, wealthy cities and impoverished villages, sophisticated urban culture and tribal nomadism. He visited Isfahan, whose bridges and gardens impressed him deeply. He saw Shiraz, famous for its poets and wine, though as a good Muslim he claimed not to partake of the latter. He journeyed through Fars province, seeing ancient Zoroastrian sites and hearing echoes of pre-Islamic Persian civilization. Everywhere he practiced his now perfected strategy, presenting his credentials as a scholar and judge, securing letters of recommendation from local notables, attaching himself to official caravans, and accepting whatever patronage was offered. From Persia, Ibn Battuta made a surprising decision. He would travel north, far beyond the traditional boundaries of the Islamic heartland, to visit the Golden Horde, the Mongol Khanate that ruled the steppes north of the Black Sea. This required crossing the Caucasus Mountains, a journey fraught with difficulty. The mountain passes were controlled by various tribes, some Muslim, some Christian, some pagan, all fiercely independent and suspicious of strangers. Ibn Battuta hired local guides, joined a merchant caravan trading in furs and slaves, and prepared himself for yet another new landscape and culture. The steppes of what is now southern Russia were unlike anything Ibn Battuta had experienced. Endless grasslands stretched to every horizon, broken only by occasional rivers and the felt tents of nomadic camps. The winter cold was shocking to someone from North Africa. He described snow so deep that travelers had to wear special boots, and winds that felt like knives against exposed skin. Yet he also found remarkable hospitality among the nomadic peoples, including the Mongol nobles who ruled this territory. The Golden Horde had converted to Islam several decades earlier, creating a strange hybrid culture where Islamic practices coexisted with Mongol traditions of kumis drinking and shamanic rituals. Ibn Battuta spent months traveling through Golden Horde territory, visiting Sarai, the capital city built on the Volga River, and meeting Uzbek Khan, the ruler of this vast domain. The Khan received him with honor, impressed by reports of his scholarly reputation. Ibn Battuta attended court ceremonies that mixed Islamic and Mongol elements, witnessed the Khan dispensing justice according to both Islamic law and Mongol custom, and observed the practical workings of the Pax Mongolica, the relative peace and stability that Mongol rule had imposed across much of Eurasia, making possible unprecedented levels of trade and travel between East and West. It was also in Golden Horde territory that Ibn Battuta married for the first time. He would marry, divorce, and remarry many times during his travels, accumulating wives and concubines in different cities and fathering numerous children, most of whom he would never see again. This pattern, forming temporary families in various locations, enjoying domesticity for a while, then moving on when wanderlust struck, might seem callous by modern standards, but it was not uncommon in the medieval world, particularly among scholars and merchants whose lives required long-distance travel. Islamic law made divorce relatively simple. Polygamy was permitted. Concubinage was legal. Marriage was seen as a contract that could be formed and dissolved with proper legal procedures. Ibn Battuta's serial marriages were unusual only in their number and geographic spread. From the Golden Horde, Ibn Battuta traveled to Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire and the greatest Christian city of the age. This required special permission, as Muslims and Christians were often at war, but Ibn Battuta secured a place in an embassy being sent by Uzbek Khan to the Byzantine emperor. His description of Constantinople fills many pages of the Regla, recording his awe at the city's magnificent churches, its massive defensive walls, and its wealth. He met with Emperor Andronicus III and reported being impressed by Byzantine court ceremony. He also visited the Hagia Sophia, the great church built by Justinian in the 6th century. And though he found Christian worship strange and the religious images disturbing, he could not help but marvel at the building's architectural splendor. By 1332, 7 years after leaving Tangier, Ibn Battuta had established himself as an experienced traveler and scholar with connections throughout the Islamic world.
He could have settled down at this point, accepting a comfortable position as a qadi in any number of cities, but the pull of the road was too strong. He had heard tales of India, where Muslim sultanates ruled over wealthy territories and where foreign scholars and officials could find lucrative patronage. The Delhi Sultanate, in particular, had a reputation for both magnificent opportunities and terrible dangers. Its sultan, Muhammad bin Tughlaq, was said to be the most generous and most unpredictable ruler in the Muslim world, capable of showering visitors with gold and titles one day and ordering their execution the next.
The journey to India took Ibn Battuta through Central Asia, a landscape of deserts, mountains, and oasis cities along the Silk Road. He visited Bukhara and Samarkand, legendary centers of learning and trade that had been devastated by Genghis Khan a century earlier but were slowly recovering. He crossed the Hindu-Kush Mountains, a harrowing journey through high passes where altitude sickness, avalanches, and bandits all threatened travelers. He lost companions along the way, some to disease, some to accidents, some simply disappearing, their fates unknown.
When Ibn Battuta finally reached the Indus River and crossed into the Delhi Sultanate's territory in 1334, he had been traveling for 9 years. He was no longer the naive young pilgrim who had left Tangier. He was 30 years old, a seasoned traveler, fluent in Arabic, Persian, and Turkish, with scholarly credentials from the most prestigious institutions in the Islamic world, with letters of recommendation from sultans and scholars, and with a deep understanding of how to navigate the complex world of court patronage. He was ready for Delhi. What he could not know was whether Delhi was ready for him.
Delhi in the 1330s was one of the great cities of the medieval world, capital of a sultanate that controlled most of the Indian subcontinent. The city had been transformed by the Tughlaq dynasty into a showcase of Indo-Islamic architecture, with massive fortifications, grand mosques, elaborate palaces, and sophisticated water systems. The court attracted scholars, poets, artists, and adventurers from across the Muslim world, all seeking the Sultan's famous generosity. But they also found a court atmosphere of paranoia, intrigue, and sudden violence.
Sultan Muhammad bin Tughlaq was one of history's most fascinating and frustrating figures. He was brilliant, speaking multiple languages, debating theology and philosophy with scholars, designing architectural projects, and conceiving ambitious plans to transform his realm. He was also generous beyond measure, sometimes giving away entire treasuries to visitors and petitioners. But he was also erratic, cruel, and prone to decisions that veered between genius and madness. He had attempted to introduce token currency, a reasonable idea that failed catastrophically due to counterfeiting. He had ordered the entire population of Delhi to relocate to a new capital 1,000 miles south, a disaster that killed thousands and was eventually abandoned. He executed officials for minor offenses or perceived slights, sometimes torturing them to death in creative and horrible ways.
Ibn Battuta's arrival in Delhi was carefully orchestrated. He had sent advance word of his coming, emphasizing his scholarly credentials and his desire to serve the Sultan. Muhammad bin Tughlaq, always eager to attract foreign talent and display his cosmopolitanism, sent an escort to welcome Ibn Battuta and bring him to court with appropriate honor. The first audience was terrifying and thrilling in equal measure. The throne room was enormous, decorated with gold and jewels, filled with court officials in elaborate dress. Guards stood everywhere, armed and watchful. And there were the skulls, human skulls of executed officials displayed as warnings, some still bearing flesh, some reduced to bone. This was the Sultan's message: I reward magnificently, but I punish absolutely.
Muhammad bin Tughlaq received Ibn Battuta warmly, questioning him about his travels, discussing points of Islamic law, and ultimately making him an offer: become a qadi of Delhi, with a generous salary, servants, horses, and living quarters. Ibn Battuta accepted, of course. It would have been suicidal to refuse. Besides, the offer was genuinely attractive. For several years, Ibn Battuta lived a comfortable life in Delhi, serving as judge, accumulating wealth, marrying again, and becoming part of the Sultan's inner circle.
But comfort came at the cost of constant anxiety. Ibn Battuta witnessed numerous executions, many of people he knew personally.
The Sultan's paranoia meant that any official might suddenly fall from favor, be arrested on some charge or suspicion, and be executed before they could defend themselves. Ibn Battuta describes dinner parties where officials joked nervously, never knowing if this would be their last meal as free men. He describes the Sultan's court as magnificent but terrifying, a place where fortunes could be made and lost in a day, where today's trusted advisor could be tomorrow's severed head on display.
Ibn Battuta himself fell under suspicion at one point, apparently because of his association with a Sufi sheikh who had displeased the Sultan. He was placed under house arrest, his possessions seized, and spent weeks expecting execution. In the Rilla, he describes fasting and praying, preparing himself for death, reviewing his life and wondering if his travels would end in an unmarked grave in a foreign land. But the storm passed. The Sultan's attention shifted to other matters. Ibn Battuta was released, his property returned, and he was back in favor as suddenly as he had fallen from it.
This brush with death convinced Ibn Battuta that Delhi, despite its attractions, was too dangerous for long-term residence. When the Sultan asked him to lead an embassy to China, a journey that would remove him from Delhi and satisfy his wanderlust, he accepted with barely concealed relief. The mission was to deliver gifts and a letter to the Mongol Yuan dynasty emperor in China, renewing diplomatic relations between the two courts. It was a prestigious assignment that would take years and carry Ibn Battuta further from home than ever before.
But that journey, the voyage through Southeast Asia to China, the shipwrecks and dangers, the marvels of Chinese civilization, would be another story. For now, as Ibn Battuta prepared to leave Delhi in 1341, 16 years after leaving Tangier, he had already accomplished something remarkable. He had traveled further than almost any human in history. He had visited 3 continents. He had served sultans and khans, debated with scholars, prayed in holy sites from Jerusalem to Mecca, married wives in a dozen cities, fathered children he would never know, survived diseases, bandits, storms, and the deadly whims of rulers. He had become a witness to an interconnected medieval world that most modern people never imagined existed. A world where a scholar from Morocco could find employment in India, where trade goods from China reached Africa, where ideas and technologies crossed continents, where Islam provided a common cultural framework stretching from Spain to Indonesia.
The medieval world was not isolated or ignorant. It was connected in ways we are only beginning to understand. And Ibn Battuta, with his insatiable curiosity and his restless feet, had made himself the supreme witness to that world. He was no longer just a pilgrim or a judge or a scholar. He had become what he would remain in historical memory, the man who walked 75,000 miles, whose feet had touched 3 continents, whose eyes had seen wonders and horrors in equal measure, whose life testified to the incredible mobility, diversity, and interconnectedness of the medieval Islamic world.
Standing in Delhi, preparing for yet another journey into the unknown, Ibn Battuta must have sometimes thought of that morning in Tangier 16 years earlier, the city gate closing behind him, his mother's tears, his certainty that he would return within a year or 2. He had been so young then, so naive about the size of the world and the depths of his own wanderlust. He could not have imagined that he would become the most traveled man in history, that his account of his journeys would survive centuries and provide historians with invaluable insights into medieval civilization, that his name would be remembered long after the sultans and scholars he served had been forgotten.
But perhaps, in quiet moments, he missed Tangier. Perhaps he wondered if his mother still lived, if his brothers remembered him, if his childhood home still stood. Perhaps he felt the weight of all those miles, all those years, all those temporary families and transient friendships. Perhaps he understood that his choice to keep traveling, to never return home, to prioritize curiosity over comfort and discovery over domesticity, had given him an extraordinary life, but also a lonely one, a life of perpetual motion, perpetual foreignness, perpetual arrival and departure.
Yet he could not stop. Not yet. China still beckoned. So did Africa. There were still lands he had not seen, peoples he had not met, wonders he had not witnessed. The road called to him with a voice stronger than reason, stronger than comfort, stronger than the normal human desire for home and stability. Ibn Battuta was a traveler, and travelers must travel. It was his blessing and his curse, his gift and his burden, his glory and his grief. He would travel for 14 more years before finally, aged and tired, he would return to Morocco, to a world that had changed in his absence, to a home that existed now more in memory than reality. But that return was still far ahead, for now there was only the road, stretching endlessly forward, and the next horizon, and the next city, and the next wonder, and the next danger, and the next story, in a life that had become one grand story of motion, discovery, and the incredible diversity of the human world in the 14th century.
The shipwreck came without warning, as such catastrophes always do. One moment, Ibn Battuta stood on the deck of the Chinese junk, watching the coastline of the Malabar coast recede into the mist, his mind occupied with the diplomatic mission ahead and the gifts he carried for the Mongol Emperor of China. The next moment, the world turned sideways as the vessel struck something beneath the waves. A submerged rock, a sandbar, perhaps the hand of God himself redirecting his destiny. The sound of splitting wood, the screams of sailors, the rush of water, and then the cold embrace of the sea swallowing everything he possessed. He would later write that he lost everything in that moment. The precious gifts intended for the emperor, jewels, fine cloths, exotic animals, sank into the depths. His personal possessions, accumulated through years of travel and royal patronage, disappeared beneath the waves. Most devastating of all, his notes and journals documenting his travels through India vanished into the ocean, taking with them the detailed observations he had so carefully recorded. He clung to wreckage as the waves tossed him like a leaf, watching men drown around him, their cries swallowed by the roar of the sea. For hours he floated, half drowned, barely conscious, until fishermen pulled him from the water, more dead than alive. This catastrophe marked a turning point in Ibn Battuta's journey. Until this moment, despite hardships and dangers, his travels had been marked by a certain charmed quality. He had always found patrons, always landed on his feet, always moved forward with resources and connections. Now, at approximately 40 years old, he found himself shipwrecked, destitute, and isolated on a foreign shore, having failed in his first major diplomatic mission before even reaching his destination. With Sultan of Delhi, Muhammad bin Tughlaq, whose paranoid temperament and violent mood swings had terrorized his court, would not react well to such failure. Ibn Battuta faced a choice: return to Delhi and likely execution, or disappear into the wider world and continue his travels as a private individual rather than an official emissary.
He chose the latter, and in doing so, transformed from a court functionary into a true adventurer. Making his way south along the Indian coast, he eventually secured passage on another vessel heading toward the Maldives, that scattered archipelago of coral atolls in the Indian Ocean, whose reputation for beauty and strangeness had reached him even in distant Delhi. The Maldives in the 14th century represented something unique in the Islamic world, a tropical paradise where Islam had been adopted relatively recently, overlaying but not entirely replacing indigenous customs and traditions. The result was a society that scandalized Ibn Battuta's North African sensibilities, even as it seduced his senses. The approach to the Maldives must have seemed like entering another world entirely. As his vessels sailed between the atolls, Ibn Battuta would have witnessed waters of such crystalline clarity that the coral formations beneath seemed close enough to touch, their colors ranging through every shade of blue and turquoise imaginable. The islands themselves rose only slightly above sea level, covered in dense coconut palm forests, their beaches white as snow. The people who emerged to greet arriving ships wore minimal clothing adapted to the tropical heat, the women often bare-breasted in a manner that shocked the pious North African, their bodies adorned with intricate patterns of jewelry and their hair dressed with fragrant flowers. The Maldives operated under a unique political system. The nominal ruler was a sultan or sultana, for women could and did rule these islands, but real power was distributed among the aristocratic families who controlled different atolls. The economy revolved around fishing, the cultivation of coconuts, and most importantly, the harvesting and processing of cowrie shells. These small, glossy shells served as currency throughout much of Africa and Asia, and the Maldives held a near monopoly on their production. The process fascinated Ibn Battuta. Coconut fronds were laid out in the shallow lagoons, attracting the mollusks, which were then harvested, their flesh removed, and the shells bleached in the sun until they achieved their distinctive creamy white appearance.
Ibn Battuta's Islamic credentials, his status as a learned Qadi, and his pilgrimage to Mecca immediately elevated his position in Maldivian society. Within weeks of his arrival, he had been appointed as Chief Qadi, the highest Islamic legal authority in the islands. This appointment brought with it considerable power, wealth, and social prestige. It also brought wives, for Ibn Battuta married into the royal family and subsequently wed several other women of high status. His account mentions at least 4 wives during his Maldivian sojourn, though the exact number remains unclear. These marriages were not merely personal indulgences, but political and social necessities, cementing his position within the complex web of aristocratic families and demonstrating his commitment to remaining in the islands. Yet from the beginning, Ibn Battuta found himself in conflict with local customs. The Maldivian interpretation of Islam was, to his mind, dangerously lax. Women moved freely in public with their breasts uncovered, a practice he found intolerable and immediately attempted to change. He issued rulings that women must cover themselves completely, in accordance with what he understood to be proper Islamic modesty. The response was less than enthusiastic. The women of the Maldives, accustomed to their traditional dress adapted to the tropical climate, largely ignored his pronouncements. Even when he had some women flogged for noncompliance, the practice continued. He discovered that legal authority could be undermined by simple noncompliance, that power had its limits when it conflicted too sharply with entrenched custom. His time as Qadi also revealed the unique challenges of administering Islamic law in this particular context. Cases came before him that would never have arisen in Morocco or Egypt, disputes over fishing rights in specific lagoons, conflicts arising from the matrilineal inheritance customs that persisted despite Islamic patrilineal norms, questions about the Islamic validity of marriages conducted with traditional ceremonies incorporating pre-Islamic elements. He attempted to impose orthodox interpretations, but local reality persistently intruded. The aristocratic families who had welcomed him as a prestigious addition to their community grew less enthusiastic as he attempted to overturn customs they saw as fundamental to Maldivian identity.
The physical environment of the Maldives also presented challenges and revelations. Ibn Battuta had traveled through deserts and mountains, but never had he lived in a place where the ocean was so omnipresent, where the highest point of land rose only a few meters above sea level, where storms could submerge entire islands temporarily, where the line between land and sea seemed negotiable rather than fixed. He learned to recognize the subtle signs that predicted weather changes, the behavior of seabirds, the smell of the wind, the quality of the sunset. He traveled between atolls in long, sleek vessels carved from coconut wood, learning to trust the islanders' intimate knowledge of reefs and currents. The food was unlike anything in his previous experience. Rice imported from India or Sri Lanka formed the staple, but the variety of fish astonished him. The Maldivians had dozens of words for different types of tuna alone, and their methods of catching, preparing, and preserving fish demonstrated sophisticated knowledge accumulated over generations. He ate fish dried in the sun, fish fermented in coconut, fish ground into paste, fish curried with spices. The absence of large land animals, there were no cattle, sheep, or goats in these islands, meant that meat came almost entirely from the sea, supplemented occasionally by chicken. Yet despite the physical luxury and the political power, Ibn Battuta felt increasingly isolated. The Maldives, for all their beauty and prosperity, lay on the periphery of the Islamic world. News from the great centers of learning and power arrived irregularly, carried by merchants and sailors whose interests were commercial rather than intellectual. He had no peers with whom to discuss points of Islamic jurisprudence, no libraries containing the works of great scholars, no community of learned men engaged in the debates and discussions that had sustained him throughout his travels. The intellectual life he had known in Damascus, Cairo, Delhi, and other great cities simply did not exist in the Maldives. He was a very large fish in a very small, albeit beautiful, pond.
Political intrigue eventually made his position untenable. The details remain somewhat obscure in his account. He tends to gloss over his failures and departures, but it appears that his attempts to impose stricter Islamic practices alienated powerful families, and his marriages entangled him in succession disputes he did not fully understand. After approximately 9 months, he departed the Maldives somewhat abruptly, leaving behind wives and the considerable wealth he had accumulated. The pattern was becoming familiar. Arrive in a new place, rise quickly to prominence through his credentials and personality, overreach in attempting to reform local practices, and then move on when the situation became uncomfortable. From the Maldives, Ibn Battuta sailed to Ceylon, known today as Sri Lanka, an island that had captivated travelers' imaginations for centuries.
The Greek and Roman geographers had written of it as Taprobane, a place of gems and spices at the edge of the known world. Arab traders had long maintained commercial relationships with the island's Buddhist kingdoms, particularly in the pearl fisheries of the northwest coast. Ibn Battuta arrived in a land religiously and culturally distinct from anywhere he had previously visited, a predominantly Buddhist society with Hindu minorities in the north, where Islam was present only in small merchant communities. His primary goal in Ceylon was religious rather than commercial. He wished to climb Adam's Peak, known in Arabic as Jabal Sarandib, a mountain sacred to multiple religious traditions. Muslims believed that Adam, cast out from paradise, had stood atop this mountain, leaving a giant footprint still visible as a depression in the rock near the summit. Buddhists identified the footprint as that of the Buddha, Hindus as Shivas, Christians as St. Thomas's. This multiplicity of sacred interpretations did not trouble Ibn Battuta. What mattered was that this was a place of pilgrimage, a site where the divine had touched the earth, and he felt compelled to witness it.
The ascent of Adam's Peak involved a climb of several thousand feet, much of it along paths carved into steep rock faces, with chains bolted into the stone to assist climbers on the most precipitous sections. The pilgrimage season ran from December to May, when the weather was most favorable, and the paths filled with devotees of various faiths making the arduous ascent. Ibn Battuta climbed alongside Buddhist monks, Hindu ascetics, and a handful of Muslim merchants, united in the shared physical ordeal, if not in theological interpretation. The climb took the better part of a day, and as they ascended through cloud forests dripping with moisture, the temperature dropped and the vegetation changed, until finally they emerged above the clouds onto the rocky summit. The footprint itself, a large depression in the rock measuring roughly 5 feet long, elicited from Ibn Battuta a response of genuine wonder. He did not trouble himself with questions about how such a mark came to be there, or whether it was natural or artificial in origin. For him, as for countless pilgrims before and after, the power of the site lay not in empirical verification, but in its capacity to evoke the numinous, to create a space where the boundary between heaven and earth seemed permeable. He prayed at the summit as the sun rose, watched the famous triangular shadow of the mountain stretch across the cloud-covered landscape below, and felt himself to be standing at a point of cosmic significance. His time in Ceylon also introduced him to Buddhist civilization in a way his previous travels had not. While he had certainly encountered Buddhists before, there were Buddhist communities in Delhi and other parts of India. In Ceylon, he witnessed a society where Buddhism was not a minority tradition, but the organizing principle of culture and governance. He visited temples adorned with enormous statues of the Buddha, witnessed ceremonies involving chanting monks and elaborate offerings, and observed monastic communities whose members lived according to rules as strict as any Islamic tariqah. While his account reflects his conviction that Islam represented the only true path, he nevertheless recorded these observations with a certain ethnographic interest, recognizing that these were people who had organized their lives around a systematic religious and philosophical tradition, even if he believed it to be fundamentally mistaken.
From Ceylon, Ibn Battuta's route becomes more controversial and difficult to trace with certainty. His account indicates that he sailed northeast to Bengal, then further east to Sumatra, and ultimately to China itself, visiting the great port cities of Quanzhou and Guangzhou during the Yuan dynasty. These claims have generated considerable scholarly debate because some of the details he provides could have been obtained from other travelers' accounts, and certain aspects of his description contain errors or impossibilities that cast doubt on whether he actually made these journeys personally. The question of whether Ibn Battuta reached China has occupied historians for generations. Those who argue he did reach China point to the specificity of certain observations, his description of particular buildings and officials, and the overall coherence of his account. Those who doubt his Chinese journey note discrepancies in his timeline, the absence of any Chinese records mentioning him, certain geographic confusions, and elements that seem borrowed from earlier travelers' accounts. The truth likely lies somewhere in between. Perhaps he reached some parts of Southeast Asia, but not others. Perhaps he combined his own observations with information gathered from merchants and other travelers. Perhaps his memory conflated different places and times when he finally dictated his account decades later. What we can say with more certainty is that his account of China, whether based on personal observation or compiled from other sources, provides valuable historical information about the Yuan dynasty and the Muslim merchant communities in Chinese ports. The China he described was a land of marvels that challenged his preconceptions. He wrote of cities larger than any he had seen before, with populations in the hundreds of thousands, their streets organized in geometric grids, their markets filled with goods from across Asia. He described the use of paper money, a concept that fascinated and somewhat disturbed him. How could mere paper have value? He marveled at the use of coal for heating, having never before seen rock that could burn. He noted the presence of porcelain dishes so fine they were translucent, silk in qualities ranging from coarse to impossibly delicate, and teas of varieties he could not begin to count.
The Muslim communities in Chinese ports like Guangzhou lived in their own quarters, maintaining mosques, religious schools, and commercial networks that stretched back to their homelands in Persia, Central Asia, and Arabia. These were merchant princes who had grown wealthy on the trade between China and the Islamic world, carrying silk, porcelain, and spices westward, returning with precious metals, gems, and exotic goods from the Middle East and Africa. Some had been in China for generations, their families thoroughly Sinicized while maintaining Islamic religious identity. Ibn Battuta would have found in these communities a familiar religious framework overlaid on a thoroughly foreign cultural foundation. Men who prayed 5 times a day in Arabic, but whose homes, food, and social customs were largely Chinese. His description of Chinese governance and society reveals both genuine observation and cultural misunderstanding. He was impressed by the apparent order and security. The roads were safe, banditry was rare, officials seemed to administer justice efficiently. He noted the elaborate bureaucracy, the use of written examinations to select officials, the respect accorded to learning. At the same time, he failed to understand or simply did not interest himself in the religious and philosophical foundations of Chinese civilization. Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism received only superficial mentions in his account. The complex relationships between Mongol rulers and Chinese subjects, the tensions between northern and southern China, the sophisticated literary and artistic traditions, all these escaped his notice, or at least failed to make it into his narrative. One element of his Chinese account that rings particularly true is his description of the sense of being utterly foreign, of being in a place where every assumption he had carried about how society should function was challenged. In the Islamic world, from Morocco to India, despite enormous variations in language, culture, and custom, there existed a certain shared framework of reference. A scholar could arrive in a new city, present himself at the mosque, demonstrate his learning, and be incorporated into the local community of the learned. Legal and theological debates followed familiar patterns, even when conclusions differed. Social hierarchies, family structures, and economic relationships, while varying in detail, operated according to broadly similar principles.
In China, that framework did not exist. The language was incomprehensible, the writing system utterly different from the Arabic script used across the Islamic world. The religious and philosophical traditions were alien. The social customs, from eating with chopsticks to the position of women to the relationship between rulers and subjects, operated according to different logic. For the first time in his travels, Ibn Battuta found himself completely dependent on interpreters and guides, unable to communicate directly with the people around him, unable to read signs or documents, unable to participate in the conversations and debates that had sustained him throughout his previous travels. If he did indeed reach China, the experience must have been simultaneously fascinating and profoundly disorienting. His return journey from the Far East, whether from China proper or from Southeast Asia, took him back through the Islamic world, but he found himself traversing a landscape increasingly marked by catastrophe. The Black Death, that devastating pandemic that would kill between 1/3 and 1/2 of the population of Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa, was sweeping across Asia along the very trade routes Ibn Battuta had followed. He encountered the plague in Central Asia, and his account provides one of the most valuable eyewitness descriptions of the pandemic's impact. The Black Death appeared without warning and struck with terrifying speed. A person could be healthy in the morning and dead by nightfall. The symptoms were unmistakable and horrifying: fever, chills, the appearance of dark buboes in the armpits and groin, delirium, and in most cases death within days. No treatment proved effective, no prayer seemed to protect the faithful, no precaution prevented infection. The disease showed no respect for rank, piety, or virtue. Rich and poor, young and old, saint and sinner, all fell equally before it.
Ibn Battuta witnessed caravans where every single traveler died, their bodies left unburied because there was no one left alive to perform the burial rites. He passed through cities that had been thriving centers of commerce just months before, now reduced to ghost towns where grass grew in the streets and corpses lay unburied in houses whose occupants had all perished. The psychological impact was as devastating as the physical.
The plague seemed to represent a fundamental breakdown of the natural order, a divine judgment whose target and purpose remained inscrutable. Traditional social structures collapsed under the strain. Families abandoned infected members, the dead went unburied, markets ceased to function, and religious authorities had no explanation that could bring comfort. In some places, the response was resignation and fatalism. If God had decreed death, no human action could prevent it, so one might as well continue with normal life. In others, communities isolated themselves, refusing entry to any travelers, building barriers around their settlements, and executing anyone who tried to breach their isolation. Neither approach proved particularly effective. The plague traveled with merchants and pilgrims, with soldiers and refugees, with the grain shipments and trade goods that connected the medieval world. As long as commerce continued, the disease spread. Ibn Battuta himself survived, though he must have lived with constant fear of infection. His survival might be attributed to luck, to divine protection, as he surely believed, or perhaps to the natural immunity that some individuals possessed. Moving constantly may have also offered some protection, as the disease seemed to be most devastating in settled communities, where it could spread from person to person rapidly. Whatever the reason, he emerged from the plague years alive and able to continue his travels, carrying with him the memories of devastation on a scale he had never imagined possible.
His journey eventually brought him to the Golden Horde, the Mongol Khanate controlling the steppes north of the Black Sea and the Caucasus. This was his second visit to this region. He had traveled through it years before on his way to India, but the plague had transformed it utterly. Cities that had bustled with trade were half empty, and the political structure was showing signs of strain as succession disputes and internal conflicts multiplied. Yet the Khans still maintained their elaborate courts, and Ibn Battuta, with his diplomatic experience and his status as a learned man from the Islamic world, was received with honor. From the Golden Horde, Ibn Battuta made a journey that seems almost improbable but is well attested in his account. He traveled to Muslim Spain, Al-Andalus, the last remnant of Islamic civilization on the Iberian Peninsula. By the 14th century, Al-Andalus had shrunk to the Kingdom of Granada, clinging to the southern coast and mountains, surrounded by Christian kingdoms that had been steadily conquering Muslim territories for centuries in what they called the Reconquista. Ibn Battuta arrived in Granada to find a civilization that knew it was living on borrowed time, a society that had cultivated learning, arts, and culture to extraordinary heights, even as its political and military situation grew increasingly desperate. The Alhambra, the palace complex of the Nasrid dynasty that ruled Granada, represented the pinnacle of Islamic architecture in Spain. Ibn Battuta walked through courtyards where geometric patterns in tile work demonstrated mathematical principles, where water features created sounds and reflections that transformed space, where calligraphy turned walls into prayers and poems. The gardens descended in terraces, offering views of the city below and the Sierra Nevada mountains beyond. The sophistication of irrigation systems, the integration of architecture and landscape, the play of light and shadow, all demonstrated a civilization at its aesthetic peak.
Yet conversations with the scholars and officials of Granada were marked by melancholy. They knew their kingdom survived only because the Christian monarchs of Castile were temporarily distracted by their own internal conflicts. They knew that eventually the Reconquista would complete its work and Islamic Spain would pass into history. This knowledge lent an elegiac quality to cultural life, a sense of preserving and perfecting traditions precisely because they would not last indefinitely. Ibn Battuta found in Granada a mirror image of the Islamic world he had known as a young man, intellectually vibrant, culturally sophisticated, but politically fragile and facing an uncertain future. From Spain, Ibn Battuta returned to Morocco, but his traveling was not yet finished. The Sultan of Morocco, Abu Inan, upon learning that this most extraordinary traveler had returned after decades abroad, commissioned him to undertake one final journey, to cross the Sahara and visit the Mali Empire in West Africa. The Sultan wanted reliable information about this wealthy kingdom, whose control of gold sources had made its rulers legendary. The pilgrimage of Mansa Musa to Mecca decades earlier, a caravan so laden with gold that its distribution along the route had temporarily destabilized currency markets, had created an image of Mali as a land of inconceivable wealth, and the Sultan wanted to know more.
The trans-Saharan journey represented a different kind of challenge than anything Ibn Battuta had previously attempted. The desert he had crossed between Egypt and Arabia was substantial, but the Sahara was something else entirely, a sea of sand and rock stretching thousands of miles, where water sources were separated by weeks of travel, where a single mistake in navigation could mean death for an entire caravan, where the sun by day and the cold by night tested human endurance to its limits. He joined a salt caravan, merchants who carried slabs of salt from mines in the Sahara to markets in West Africa, where salt was precious enough to be worth its weight in gold.
The caravans organized themselves with military precision because their survival depended on it. Hundreds of camels, tied in long strings, each carrying massive loads of salt, moved in ordered columns. Guides who had made the journey dozens of times navigated by stars at night and by their intimate knowledge of the desert's features during the day. A particular rock formation, a type of sand, the way the wind sculpted the dunes, all served as signposts in the apparently featureless waste. Water had to be rationed strictly, with each person allotted a fixed amount per day. At wells along the route, water was drawn with great ceremony and distributed according to strict protocols, for disputes over water in the desert could turn deadly. The physical ordeal was compounded by psychological stress. The horizon was always the same, sand or rock or both, unchanging day after day, until one began to doubt that any destination existed, that this journey had any end beyond death in the desert. Mirages tormented travelers with visions of water and trees, always receding as one approached. At night, the cold was so intense that one huddled close to camels for warmth, listening to the strange sounds the desert made, the hiss of sand, the creaking of camels, the voices of jinn in the wind, or so it seemed. Weeks into the journey, they encountered the remains of a caravan that had not survived. Skeletons lay scattered across the sand, human and camel alike, picked clean by carrion birds in time. This was the desert's reminder that it granted passage at its whim, not as a right. Ibn Battuta and his companions buried what bones they could find and prayed for the souls of those who had perished. Then they moved on, for to stop in the Sahara without a water source was to join the dead.
Finally, after what must have seemed an eternity, the desert began to change. Vegetation appeared, first sparse and scrubby, then more abundant. Water became more accessible. They had reached the Sahel, that transitional zone between desert and savanna, and soon they would be in the Mali Empire proper. Ibn Battuta had reached West Africa, the last of the major regions he would visit in his extraordinary life. The Mali Empire he encountered was at the height of its power and wealth. The gold mines of Bambouk and Bouré supplied roughly half the gold circulating in the Mediterranean world, and the Malian rulers controlled both the sources and the trade routes. The capital, Niani, was a substantial city built in a style completely different from anything Ibn Battuta had seen before. Buildings of mud brick rather than stone, roofs of thatch, architecture adapted to the tropical climate with its alternating dry and rainy seasons. The court of the Mansa, the emperor, displayed wealth through gold in quantities that astounded even someone who had served in the court of the Sultan of Delhi. Yet Ibn Battuta's account of Mali is marked by a certain cultural discomfort. The Islam practiced in Mali was, to his mind, contaminated by indigenous customs that should have been abandoned upon conversion. People bore both Muslim and non-Muslim names. Women appeared in public without full veils, and female slaves served at court wearing nothing but small cloths around their waists. Musicians and griots, oral historians who preserved the kingdom's history in poetry and song, held positions of honor, yet musical instruments were generally disapproved of in Orthodox Islam. People ate meals sitting on the ground in communal settings very different from the separate male and female spheres he was accustomed to.
At the same time, he could not help but be impressed by certain aspects of Malian culture. The security and justice maintained throughout the empire were exemplary. Travelers could journey from one end of the kingdom to the other without fear of robbery or violence, a testament to effective administration and social cohesion. The legal system, for all its incorporation of non-Islamic elements, delivered justice efficiently and fairly. The educational system, based on Quranic schools, was producing a growing class of scholars and literate officials.
The culture of honor and reputation was so strong that business transactions worth vast sums could be concluded with minimal documentation based on the mutual trust of the parties involved. He witnessed ceremonies that blended Islamic and indigenous elements in ways that both fascinated and troubled him. When the Mansa held court, supplicants approached by removing their sandals and sprinkling dust on their heads, gestures of submission that had no place in Islamic practice, where only God merited such abasement. Yet the court also featured Islamic scholars holding positions of authority. Arabic was the language of administration and learning, and the call to prayer echoed from mosques 5 times a day. Mali represented a frontier of Islamic civilization, a place where the religion was being adapted to new contexts rather than simply replacing what had come before. The griots particularly fascinated Ibn Battuta. These hereditary oral historians maintained genealogies extending back centuries, preserved the histories of kingdoms and dynasties, recounted great battles and famous heroes, all through memory and performance. They could recite for hours or even days, their words accompanied by the kora, a string instrument, or by drums whose rhythms carried meaning. In a largely non-literate society, these griots served as living libraries, and their status reflected the value the culture placed on history and memory. For a scholar like Ibn Battuta, who lived immersed in written texts, the encounter with a sophisticated oral tradition was revelatory.
The gold trade that was the source of Mali's wealth was carefully controlled. The actual locations of the gold mines were kept secret, and the mining and collection of gold were hedged with customs and restrictions designed to maintain the kingdom's monopoly. Gold reached the markets already refined, and merchants who asked too many questions about its origin found their inquiries politely deflected. The Mansa's wealth was literally legendary. Ibn Battuta witnessed gifts of gold given to scholars, courtiers, and visitors in quantities that defied belief. Gold objects adorned the court, and the Mansa's regalia included nuggets of gold so large they seemed impossible. Yet for all the wealth and power of Mali, Ibn Battuta found the same thing that had driven him from the Maldives: isolation from the wider Islamic world he considered home. Mali was too far from the centers of Islamic learning, too peripheral to the debates and discussions that animated the community of scholars. News from Cairo or Damascus or Mecca arrived months or even years late. The library resources necessary for advanced legal and theological study did not exist. Once again, he was a prominent figure in a wealthy court, but intellectually and culturally isolated. After some months in Mali, Ibn Battuta began the long journey back across the Sahara, retracing his steps through that vast desert, joining another salt caravan headed north. This time, familiarity with the journey did not make it easier. The physical hardships were just as intense, the dangers just as real. But he was heading home at last, toward Morocco, toward the Mediterranean world where he had begun his travels nearly 3 decades earlier.
When Ibn Battuta finally returned to his native city of Tangier in 1354, he was 50 years old, elderly by medieval standards, worn by travel and adventure, marked by the thousands of miles he had covered and the dozens of cultures he had encountered. He had been gone for 29 years, and the world he returned to was different from the one he had left. The Black Death had devastated North Africa, as it had devastated Asia and Europe. Many of his family members were dead. The political landscape had shifted. He himself was a stranger in the city of his birth. Yet he carried with him memories of wonders and horrors, of palaces and deserts, of storms at sea and silent caravans, of courts and councils, of learned discussions and violent deaths. He had witnessed the extent of Islamic civilization at its zenith, had traveled from the western edge of Muslim Spain to the eastern reaches of Muslim China, from the steppes of Central Asia to the southern limits in East Africa. No one before him had covered such distances, had seen such variety, had experienced such range of human civilization. The Sultan Abu Inan, recognizing the value of these experiences, commissioned Ibn Battuta to dictate his memories to a scholar named Ibn Juzay. The process took months. Ibn Battuta, no longer young, with decades of memories to organize and relate, sat with Ibn Juzay and narrated his travels. Sometimes the memories came easily, pouring forth in vivid detail. He could recall the color of tiles in a Damascus courtyard, the smell of spices in an Indian market, the sound of waves breaking on Maldivian reefs. Other times the memories were fragmentary or confused. Dates might be wrong, sequences of events jumbled, details from different places merged together.
Ibn Juzay's role was not merely to transcribe, but to organize, to shape the raw material of memory into coherent narrative. He added poetry, his own and that of other authors, to embellish the account. He included information from other sources to fill gaps or provide context. He organized the travels into a structure that made sense on the page, even if it meant rearranging the actual chronology of events. The resulting text, called the Rihla, simply the journey, was a collaboration between the traveler who had lived the experiences and the scholar who gave them literary form. How much of the Rihla is strictly accurate and how much is embellishment, error, or even fabrication? This question has occupied scholars since the text was rediscovered by European academics in the 19th century. Clearly, some elements are problematic. The chronology is sometimes impossible, with Ibn Battuta apparently in two places at once. Some descriptions seem to be borrowed from earlier travelers' accounts without acknowledgement. Details are sometimes wrong or implausible. The question of whether he actually reached China remains unresolved. Yet even with these caveats, the Rihla remains an invaluable historical source. For many regions and periods, Ibn Battuta's account is the only detailed description we have. His observations of the Maldives, of Mali, of parts of Central Asia and India provide information available nowhere else. His descriptions of customs, foods, architectural styles, political systems, and social structures, even when filtered through his particular prejudices and preconceptions, preserve details that would otherwise be lost. And his account captures something essential about the interconnectedness of the medieval world, the web of trade routes, religious networks, and cultural exchanges that linked regions we tend to think of as isolated from one another.
The Rihla did not achieve wide circulation in its own time. A few manuscripts were made and circulated among scholars in Morocco and Egypt, but the text was never copied and distributed on the scale of more famous works. For centuries, Ibn Battuta's extraordinary journey remained known to only a small number of specialists. Europeans in the age of exploration had no idea that a North African scholar had preceded them to the Maldives, to Southeast Asia, to West Africa, and had done so with far less technological sophistication but equal courage and determination. It was only in the 19th century, when European scholars studying Arabic manuscripts stumbled upon copies of the Rihla, that Ibn Battuta began to receive wider recognition. As the text was translated into European languages, his achievement became apparent. He had traveled approximately 75,000 miles over the course of his journeys, a distance that would not be surpassed until the age of steam power made such extensive travel more practical. He had seen more of the world than any single person before him, had crossed more cultures, had witnessed a greater range of human societies than anyone in recorded history. Yet the story of Ibn Battuta is not primarily one of records and superlatives, though those are impressive enough. It is a story about curiosity and endurance, about the drive to see what lies beyond the horizon, even when comfort and safety would suggest staying put. It is about the flexibility and rigidity of identity, how Ibn Battuta carried his Moroccan and Islamic identity with him everywhere he went, how that identity both enabled his travels and limited his understanding of what he witnessed. It is about memory and narrative, about how we transform lived experience into story, and how those stories shape our understanding of the past.
In his old age, Ibn Battuta lived out his final years in Morocco, probably in some official capacity, though the details are obscure. He died in 1368 or 1369, approximately 65 years old, having outlived most of his contemporaries. His gravesite is uncertain. Some traditions place it in Tangier, others elsewhere in Morocco. In death as in life, his exact location remains somewhat mysterious, as if he continued traveling even beyond the end of his journey. The legacy of Ibn Battuta is complex. In the Muslim world, he was never completely forgotten, though he was never as famous as earlier travelers like Ibn Fadlan or geographers like al-Idrisi. His account was too long, too digressive, too filled with personal detail rather than systematic description to serve as a standard reference work. It was the story of one man's journey rather than a comprehensive geography, and medieval scholars valued the comprehensive over the personal. In the modern world, Ibn Battuta has been claimed as a symbol by various parties with different agendas. Post-colonial scholars have celebrated him as proof that non-Europeans were capable of the same curiosity and adventurousness that Europeans would later display. Islamic revivalists have pointed to him as an example of the unity and extent of Islamic civilization at its height. Moroccan nationalists have claimed him as a native son who demonstrated the capabilities of North African culture. Travel writers and adventurers have seen in him a kindred spirit, someone who understood that the journey itself was the reward.
All of these interpretations contain elements of truth,
But they also risk reducing Ibn Battuta to a symbol rather than understanding him as a person, a brilliant, ambitious, sometimes petty, often contradictory individual navigating a complex world. He was capable of genuine curiosity about other cultures and also of dismissive prejudice. He recorded valuable ethnographic observations and also passed judgment based on superficial understanding. He sought adventure and also yearned for the familiar comforts of home. He was brave to the point of foolhardiness and also politically astute enough to survive in multiple dangerous courts. He celebrated the diversity of Islamic civilization and also tried to impose rigid orthodoxy wherever he found deviation from his particular understanding of the faith. Perhaps what makes Ibn Battuta most compelling across the centuries is precisely this complexity, this humanity. He was not a hero in the simple sense, not a saint, not an embodiment of abstract virtues. He was a man who decided to see the world and who managed, through a combination of education, charm, luck, resilience, and sheer stubbornness, to achieve that ambition on a scale that remains astonishing. He left home as a young man intending to make a pilgrimage, and he returned 3 decades later, having journeyed to the edges of the known world. His story reminds us that the urge to explore, to see beyond the familiar, to risk the unknown for the possibility of wonder, is not a modern invention, but a deep human impulse that has drawn individuals into the world's vastness for as long as humans have been able to travel. In the end, the Rifla stands as a monument to human curiosity and endurance. Whatever its inaccuracies, whatever its biases, it represents a single human consciousness encountering the bewildering diversity of the medieval world and attempting to make sense of that encounter. It preserves details that would otherwise have vanished: the smell of the ocean in the Maldives, the sound of salt caravans crossing the Sahara, the taste of food in Delhi and Damascus, the words spoken in courts from Morocco to China. Through Ibn Battuta's eyes, we glimpse a world that existed 7 centuries ago, connected by the same trade and pilgrimage routes he traveled, animated by the same human desires for wealth, knowledge, adventure, and salvation that still drive us today. He reached the ends of the known world and returned to tell the tale, and in the telling, he ensured that his extraordinary journey would outlive him by centuries, inspiring new generations of travelers to venture beyond their familiar horizons into the vast, diverse, sometimes dangerous, always fascinating wider world.
The night hung heavy over Chang'an in the spring of 629 CE, the great capital of the Tang Dynasty, silent except for the distant calls of watchmen marking the hours. In a modest chamber within the Jingtu temple, a young Buddhist monk named Xuanzang sat motionless in meditation, though his mind raced with thoughts of the journey that would begin before dawn. At 28 years old, he had already earned a reputation as one of the most brilliant Buddhist scholars in China, capable of reciting entire sutras from memory and engaging the most learned masters in theological debate. Yet this very brilliance had led him to a troubling realization that now consumed his thoughts. The Buddhist texts available in Chinese translation were riddled with contradictions, gaps, and what he suspected were fundamental errors that obscured the true teachings of the Buddha. For years, Xuanzang had studied under the greatest Buddhist teachers in China, moving from monastery to monastery, absorbing different interpretations of the Dharma. He had mastered the Abhidharma philosophy, delved into the intricacies of Yogacara consciousness-only doctrine, and explored the teachings of various Buddhist schools that had taken root in Chinese soil. But the more he learned, the more questions arose. Different translations of the same Sanskrit texts offered contradictory interpretations. Fundamental concepts seemed garbled in translation. Entire sections of important sutras appeared to be missing. The Chinese Buddhist establishment offered various explanations and interpretations, but Xuanzang's rigorous mind could not rest with approximations and best guesses. If he was to teach the Dharma authentically, if he was to guide others toward enlightenment, he needed to access the original Sanskrit scriptures at their source, India, the birthplace of Buddhism itself. The decision to undertake this journey had not come easily. The Tang Emperor Taizong, though generally supportive of Buddhism, had issued explicit prohibitions on foreign travel beyond China's borders. The reasons were practical. The empire was still consolidating control over its western regions, the Silk Road was dangerous and unstable, and the authorities wanted to prevent both espionage and the loss of valuable citizens. Monks who wished to travel abroad were required to obtain official permission, which was rarely granted. Xuanzang had applied for such permission 3 times, and 3 times been denied. The message was clear: stay in China, study the text available here, serve the Dharma within the empire's boundaries. But Xuanzang had made his decision. If he could not obtain permission, he would go anyway. The risk was enormous. Defying the imperial travel ban could result in imprisonment, exile, or even execution. Yet he had concluded that his duty to the Dharma superseded even the emperor's command. The Buddha's authentic teachings were more important than his own safety, his reputation, or his life. He had spent months in quiet preparation, gathering information about routes and conditions, discreetly making contacts with merchants who traveled the Silk Road, studying the languages he would need, and strengthening his body for the ordeal ahead. He told no one of his true plans except a handful of trusted supporters who helped him obtain travel supplies and basic provisions. As the first hint of dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, Xuanzang rose from meditation, gathered his few possessions, some robes, a water vessel, his prayer beads, and a small knife, and slipped quietly from the temple. He wore the simple saffron robes of a Buddhist monk, carried a wooden staff, and looked like any other religious mendicant who might be traveling between monasteries. His most valuable possession was invisible, the comprehensive mental map he had constructed of the route westward, compiled from conversations with merchants, other monks, and travelers who had ventured along the Silk Road. He knew that the journey to India would take him through the most dangerous and inhospitable terrain in Asia, burning deserts, frozen mountain passes, bandit-infested oases, and unstable political territories where a lone Chinese monk would be vulnerable to robbery, enslavement, or murder. Xuanzang made his way through Chang'an's waking streets toward the western gate, his heart pounding but his face composed in the serene expression expected of a monk. The city was beginning to stir, merchants opening their shops, servants hurrying to market, officials heading to the imperial palace. The cosmopolitan capital of the Tang Dynasty was one of the largest cities in the world, home to over 1 million people and a crossroads where merchants from Persia, Central Asia, Korea, and Japan mingled with Chinese citizens. Xuanzang had grown up in this world of cultural exchange, which perhaps contributed to his conviction that authentic Buddhist knowledge could and should be sought at its source, regardless of borders. At the western gate, Xuanzang faced his first test. Guards checked the papers of those leaving the city, and anyone suspicious would be detained for questioning. Xuanzang had prepared a story about traveling to a monastery in the nearby countryside, and he had legitimate identity documents showing his status as an ordained monk. The guards, busy with the morning flow of traffic, gave him only a cursory glance before we had him through. The ease of this first hurdle felt almost anticlimactic, but Xuanzang knew that the real challenges lay ahead at the frontier posts of military checkpoints that guarded the empire's western approaches. For the first several days, Xuanzang traveled opiately on the imperial road that led from Chang'an toward the frontier city of Longjiang, covering about 30 miles each day. He fell in with other travelers when possible, merchants, pilgrims, mindful officials, never revealing his true destination. The landscape gradually changed from the fertile agricultural plains around Chang'an to drier, more rugged terrain as the road climbed into the foothills that marked the edge of the Chinese heartland. At night, he stayed in small temples or roadside inns, conserving his limited resources and maintaining the low profile of an ordinary traveling monk. It was at Liangzhou, the last major Chinese city before the frontier, that Xuanzang faced a serious obstacle. The provincial governor, Li Daoyang, had received orders to watch for anyone attempting to travel west without authorization, and the staff at the temple where Xuanzang sought shelter recognized him from his reputation as a sweller. Word reached Governor Li that famous monk Xuanzang is in Liangzhou, and the governor sent for him. During their meeting, Li Daoyang questioned Xuanzang about his travel plans with polite but unmistakable suspicion. The governor was not hostile to Buddhism. Indeed, he invited Xuanzang to give Daoyang to the local Buddhist community, but he was also a loyal official who took seriously his duty to enforce the travel ban. Xuanzang found himself in a delicate position. He gave several well-received lectures on Buddhist doctrine to crowds of local believers where he was wrapped by invested. Governor Li treated him with a suitor befitting his reputation, but also made clear that he could not forbid Xuanzang to continue westward. The governor signed people in to watch the monk, effectively placing him under a form of house arrest. Xuanzang's mission appeared to have ended before truly beginning, stopped at night desert of bandits but bureaucratic efficiency. It was a secret Buddhist sympathizer around the governor's staff who pervaded Xuanzang a dissolution. A lay believer in Wulin who attends Xuanzang's lectures had been moved by his august dedication to the Dharma came to him in secret with an offer to help. Who he lended connections with merchants who regularly traveled beyond the frontier, and he knew that timing is on a checkpoint there beyond his city. He provided Xuanzang with detailed information about the road, which paths to take, where water sources can be found, which local officials might be sympathetic to a monk on a religious mission. Most importantly, Hu Yiling procured a better horse for Xuanzang, an old but reliable mount that had made laves for crossing before and knew how to find water. Under cover of night with Hu Yilin's help, Xuanzang slipped out of Liangzhou and made for the frontier checkpoint at Yumanguan, the Jade Gate, the westernmost military post of the Tang Dynasty. This was the point of no return. Beyond the Jade Gate city, Silby Desert and the lawless territories of Central Asia, where Chinese imperial authority faded to nothing. Xuanzang reached the checkpoint in darkness and hid until dawn, observing the guard patterns awaiting for his opportunity. The checkpoint consisted of a fortified watchtower and a garrison of about 50 soldiers. His job was to inspect all traffic entering or leaving the empire. Xuanzang's plan was audacious. He would attempt to pass through openly, gambling that his identity documents and status as a monk would allow him favor for anyone verified whether he had authorization for foreign travel. He waited until the morning guard changed when they stiff might be more lax, then approached the gate with his horse, adopting the manner for monk on routine religious business. But his luck had run out. The officer on duty recognized his name from a bulletin, and it was circulated word of monks that might have fended out passive information. Xuanzang was detained. The officer named Longjiang placed Xuanzang under guard while he decided what to do. The regulations were clear. Unauthorized travelers should be arrested and sent back to face punishment. But Xuanzang was himself a Buddhist and had heard of Xuanzang's reputation. During a private conversation, Xuanzang made an impassioned case for his mission. He explained the contradictions in the Chinese Buddhist texts, his years of study that had led him to conclude that authentic sources must be consulted, and his conviction that this journey was necessary for the sake of the Dharma itself. He spoke of his willingness to face whatever dangers lay ahead, and his determination to bring authentic teachings back to China even if it cost him his life. Xuanzang faced a moral dilemma that Xuanzang had deliberately created. As an officer, he should enforce the law and send this unauthorized traveler back in chains, but as a Buddhist, he was moved by Xuanzang's dedication and the legitimacy of his religious mission. After hours of deliberation, Longjiang made his decision. He would look the other way. He told Xuanzang that he could not officially permit him to pass, but that there was a small path around the checkpoint that avoided the main gate. If Xuanzang were to take that path in the night, Longjiang could claim ignorance of how the monk had evaded his post. Xuanzang even provided Xuanzang with additional supplies and advice about the route ahead, and warned him about the 5 watchtowers that lay between the Jade Gate and the true wilderness beyond, each one a potential point of capture. That night, Xuanzang bypassed the Jade Gate and entered the territory beyond Chinese control. He was now a fugitive from imperial justice, alone except for his horse, facing a journey of thousands of miles through some of the most dangerous terrain on Earth. The immediate challenge was crossing the Gobi Desert and avoiding the watchtowers that marked the empire's last line of surveillance. Xuanzang traveled by night, navigating by the stars, sleeping during the day in whatever shelter he could
gravel and sand, searingly hot during the day and bitterly cold at night with no vegetation except occasional hardy shrubs. At the fourth watch hour, Xuanzang's luck ran out again. Despite his precautions, he was spotted by scouts and brought before the tower commander. This officer was less sympathetic than Wangzang and prepared to send Xuanzang back as a prisoner. Once again, Xuanzang made his case, explaining his mission and his determination. Perhaps it was the obvious sincerity in his words, or the absurdity of a lone monk being willing to venture into the deadly desert ahead, or simple compassion for a fellow human on a religious quest, but this commander too decided to let him go. However, he warned him in the starkest terms about head by the Tower was commanded by a particularly strict officer who would show no mercy, and beyond it lay the Longjiang, the city of ghosts, a stretch of the desert so deadly that it had killed countless travelers, and was said to be haunted by the spirits of those who perished there. Xuanzang bypassed the view watchtower, taking an extremely dangerous route far to the north of the established trail, adding days to his journey but avoiding capture. And then he entered the Longjiang, the section of the Taklamogan desert that would test him to the limits of human endurance. The Taklamogan is one of the largest sandy deserts in the world, its name variously translated as place of no return or go in and you won't come out. Summer temperatures could exceed 120 degrees Fahrenheit, and there was virtually no water for stretches of 100 miles or more. The desert was also prone to sandstorms that could disorient travelers, causing them to wander in circles until they die of thirst. Xuanzang's plan was to follow the ancient Silk Road trail markers, miles of bones that abandoned equipment that showed root play, and to carry enough water to reach the nice oasis. He had filled with several water skins before entering the desert proper, enough for perhaps 5 or 6 days if he was careful. His horse was experienced in desert gravel and doing a whole lot more proven of his monetics. But on the second day in the Div Desert, disaster struck. Twice he accidentally dropped his water skin while trying to refill his drinking vessel, and watched in horror as his precious water drained into the sand. He had now lost more than half his water supply, and was still at least 4 days from the nearest oasis. The rational decision would have been to turn and immediately retrace his steps to the last watchtower and accept Hijra punishment. But Xuanzang had made his vow to himself. He would go forward towards India or die trying, but he would not turn back. This was not mere stubbornness, but a kind of religious conviction. Take everything on his journey, defy the emperor, become a fugitive, and left behind his entire life. To turn back now would be to admit his defense and insufficient. So he continued westward, rationing his remaining waters in tiny sips and placing his trust in what he thought as the protection of Ahmad ibn Fadlan, the Battuta of the Commission to bring throughout his life. For 3 days was on crest onto the deserts by the water completely. The suffering was ordinary. His lips cracked and bled, his tongue swelled, his vision began to blur. Days out he was so intense he could travel only early morning when he chose for that fine the critical view avoid his trap. Consider the end of nations side for being watched as well as
But Xuanzang did not spend his final hours in despair. Instead, he entered into deep meditation and prayer, reciting the Heart Sutra, one of the most important texts of Mahayana Buddhism, and invoking Avalokiteshvara. Historical accounts, including Xuanzang's own later writings, describe what happened next in terms that suggest either a miracle or an extraordinary coincidence. As Xuanzang lay dying, his horse, which had been lying down beside him, suddenly rose to its feet and began walking in a direction different from their established route. Too weak to control the animal, Xuanzang simply held on as the horse walked through the night. After several hours, the horse brought them to a small oasis, a patch of grass and a pool of fresh water that was not on any route Xuanzang had been following. Whether this was divine intervention, the horse's instinct and desert experience, or remarkable luck, it saved Xuanzang's life. He spent 2 days at the oasis recovering, drinking carefully at first to avoid further shock to his system and allowing his horse to regain strength. When he could think clearly again, Xuanzang felt a profound sense of confirmation that his mission was right and that he was meant to continue. He later wrote that this experience in the desert was a turning point in his spiritual journey, a moment when his intellectual understanding of Buddhist teachings about the illusory nature of the self was joined by direct experiential understanding born of facing death. After 5 days and nights in the Taklamakan Desert, Xuanzang finally reached Hami, the first of the oasis kingdoms that dotted the Silk Road. These were small city-states, usually consisting of a fortified town surrounded by irrigated agricultural land that survived by serving as way stations for merchants traveling between China and the West. The people of Hami were predominantly Buddhist, speaking an Indo-European language related to ancient Sogdian, and they had heard of Chinese monks, though they had never met one traveling alone westward. Xuanzang was received with amazement and hospitality, given food and shelter, and invited to teach the Dharma to the local Buddhist community. This pattern would repeat throughout Xuanzang's journey along the Silk Road. In each oasis kingdom, Hami, Turpan, Kadashar, Kucha, and others, his arrival created a sensation. A Chinese monk of evident learning, traveling alone on what seemed an impossible mission, was an exotic and inspiring figure. Local rulers often tried to convince him to stay and serve as a court monk, offering wealth and prestige. But Xuanzang politely but firmly declined all such offers, explaining that his mission was to reach India and that he could not be diverted from this goal, no matter how attractive the inducements. The most significant episode in this phase of his journey occurred in the kingdom of Turpan, ruled by King Ku Wentai, an enthusiastic patron of Buddhism.
When Xuanzang arrived in Turpan in late 629 CE, King Ku was so impressed by the monk's knowledge and character that he decided he must keep Xuanzang as his personal spiritual teacher. The king offered lavish gifts, gold, silk, servants, a beautiful residence, and when Xuanzang politely declined, the king's attitude changed from generous to coercive. King Ku made clear that he would not permit Xuanzang to leave Turpan, essentially making the monk a prisoner, albeit a well-treated one. Xuanzang found himself in a luxurious form of captivity. He was given fine quarters, abundant food, and every comfort, but he was also prevented from continuing his journey. King Ku simply could not understand why Xuanzang would want to leave such pleasant circumstances to venture into the dangerous territories that lay to the west. For his part, Xuanzang could not make the king understand that no amount of material comfort or prestige could substitute for his fundamental mission. The standoff continued for weeks, with the king becoming increasingly possessive and Xuanzang increasingly distressed. Finally, Xuanzang took drastic action. He began a hunger strike, refusing all food and drink, and explaining to the king that if he could not continue his journey to India, he preferred to die in pursuit of that goal than to live in comfortable captivity. For 3 days, Xuanzang ate nothing, while King Ku visited him repeatedly, alternately pleading and arguing. By the 4th day, Xuanzang had weakened considerably, and the king realized that the monk was serious. He would actually starve himself to death rather than abandon his mission. Faced with the prospect of being responsible for the death of this holy man, King Ku finally relented. But the king's surrender was not complete. He made Xuanzang promise that on his return journey from India, he would stop in Turpan and stay for at least 3 years, teaching the Dharma to the king and his people. Xuanzang agreed to this condition. King Ku then became Xuanzang's generous patron rather than his jailer. The king provided the monk with extensive supplies for the journey ahead: gold and silver, silk for trading, 25 horses, numerous letters of introduction to other rulers along the Silk Road, and even servants to accompany him, though Xuanzang would eventually continue alone, as most of these servants turned back when conditions became too harsh. Most importantly, King Ku wrote to his ally, Khan Shekwi of the Western Turks, asking the Khan to provide protection for Xuanzang as he crossed through Turkic territory. The farewell between Xuanzang and King Ku was emotional. The king wept openly, making Xuanzang promise repeatedly to return, while the monk expressed his gratitude for the king's ultimate understanding and generosity. This episode reveals much about Xuanzang's character: his absolute dedication to his mission, his willingness to risk death rather than be diverted, but also his compassion and his willingness to make reasonable compromises, promising to return rather than simply escape at the first opportunity. It also demonstrates the power of Buddhism as a cultural bridge. King Ku's deep respect for the Dharma was what ultimately made him release Xuanzang, even though doing so meant losing a treasured teacher. From Turpan, Xuanzang continued westward through the kingdoms of the Silk Road, now better supplied and with letters of introduction that opened doors. He traveled through Kadashar and Kucha, Buddhist kingdoms where the local variation of the faith had been influenced by both Indian and Chinese traditions. In Kucha, he observed musical traditions and artistic styles that represented a fascinating fusion of East and West, with Indian Buddhist themes rendered in styles influenced by Persian and Chinese aesthetics. He also noted that while Buddhism was predominant, these kingdoms were religiously diverse, with Zoroastrian communities, Metacane believers, and adherents of local shamanistic traditions all coexisting. The political situation in Central Asia during this period was complex and fluid. The Western Turkic Cognate, which once controlled much of the region, had recently fractured into smaller territories ruled by various khans who were sometimes allies and sometimes rivals. The Tang Dynasty was beginning to extend its influence westward, though it had not yet established firm control over the Oasis kingdoms. The Tibetan Empire was rising to the south and would soon become a major power in the region. Xuanzang was traveling through a political landscape in transition, where old power structures were crumbling and new ones had not yet solidified. This instability could be dangerous for a lone traveler, but it also meant that local rulers were often eager to cultivate relationships with representatives of major powers or prestigious traditions. Xuanzang's status as a Chinese monk gave him a certain amount of protection, as various rulers hoped that by treating him well, they might improve their standing with the Tang court. His Buddhist identity also provided protection, as Buddhist monasteries and communities throughout the region followed a fashion of offering hospitality to traveling monks. From the Tar Basin oases, Xuanzang's route took him to the great cities of Sogdana, Samarkand, and Balkh, which were centers of international commerce and cultural exchange. Samarkand was a cosmopolitan city where merchants from China, India, Persia, and the Byzantine world met to trade goods and ideas. The city was predominantly Zoroastrian at this time, though it had significant Buddhist and Christian communities. Xuanzang was fascinated by this diversity and spent time learning about Zoroastrianism and comparing its concepts with Buddhist philosophy. He observed that while the religions were fundamentally different in their understanding of the divine and the path to salvation, there were also interesting parallels in their ethical teachings and their emphasis on truth. Balkh, sometimes called the Mother of Cities, was one of the oldest urban centers in Central Asia and had been a major Buddhist center for centuries. Xuanzang spent several months in Balkh, studying the local Buddhist traditions, which had developed somewhat differently from those in China or India. He also witnessed the coexistence of Buddhism with Zoroastrianism and encountered the first Muslims he had ever met, Arab and Persian merchants who followed the religion that had emerged from Arabia just a few years earlier. Islam was still in its early expansion phase and had not yet made major inroads into Central Asia, but Xuanzang noted these new arrivals with interest, seeing them as representatives of another tradition grappling with questions of ultimate truth and right living. From Balkh, Xuanzang faced one of the most dangerous phases of his entire journey, crossing the Hindu Kush Mountains. These towering peaks, whose name means killer of Hindus or Hindu killer, have been a formidable barrier to travelers throughout history. Alexander the Great had crossed them with his army nearly 1,000 years earlier, losing many men to the cold and altitude. Xuanzang made the crossing in the winter, not by choice, but because delays had pushed his schedule, and the conditions were brutal. The narrow mountain paths were covered in ice and snow, with sheer drops to certain death on either side. The altitude caused breathing difficulties and exhaustion. Xuanzang watched companions freeze to death when they could not reach shelter by nightfall. The crossing of the Hindu Kush took more than a week, and Xuanzang later described it as even more harrowing than his near-death experience in the Taklamakan Desert. In the desert, the danger was clear and straightforward. Lack of water would kill you. In the mountains, the dangers were multiple and constant. Freezing temperatures, altitude sickness, avalanches, ice-covered paths where a single misstep meant death, and the simple exhaustion of trying to climb the high altitudes while malnourished and septified. At Xuanzang's surprise, this crossing was a test of biblical toughness, developed 3 years of ascent Buddhist practice, from Razazing and reactiveness to appetitism. The Xuanzang finally arrived at Pakistan, the first of the oasis kind of stepped out on the Silk Road. These were small city-states, usually consisting of a fortified towns surrounded by irrigated agricultural areas, that survived by settlers by stations for merchants traveling between the East and the West. The people probably looked adopted with Buddhist, speaking the Indo-European language related to ancient Sogdian, and being heard of Chinese monks, but really never met one child who learned lesson. Xuanzang was received with his recital of hospitality, food and clothing, to teach him how to build his faith. This hour, the Lord of that man, that God, is the Lord, and go back to that time.
Xuanzang threw himself into his studies at Nalanda with the same intensity he had brought to every phase of his journey. He studied Sanskrit language and grammar systematically, quickly achieving fluency that allowed him to read texts in the original. He attended lectures and debates, where he was often asked to present the Chinese Buddhist perspective on various questions. He studied the primary texts of different Buddhist schools, the Theravada tradition that emphasized individual enlightenment through monastic discipline, the Mahayana tradition that emphasized the bodhisattva ideal of postponing final enlightenment to help all beings, and the various sub-schools within these broad categories. The scholarly environment at Nalanda was intensely rigorous. Debates were the primary pedagogical method, with students and teachers publicly arguing different positions on philosophical questions. The ability to defend your position against all challenges and to find the logical weaknesses in your opponent's arguments was the mark of true understanding. Xuanzang excelled in this environment. His years of study in China had prepared him well, and he brought perspectives that sometimes surprised his Indian colleagues. He was able to show how Chinese Buddhist thinkers had developed certain ideas and directions that Indian Buddhism had not explored, and he could point to innovations in Chinese Buddhist practice that offered solutions to problems that Indian Buddhists were still debating. Xuanzang spent 5 years in intensive study at Nalanda, living the disciplined life of a monk scholar, rising before dawn for meditation, attending lectures, engaging in debates, studying texts, and performing the rituals and practices of the monastic community.
He later described these years as among the happiest of his life. The intellectual stimulation was everything he had hoped for. He was surrounded by people who shared his passion for understanding the Dharma, and he was finally able to resolve many of the questions that had troubled him back in China. He came to understand that the contradictions he had found in Chinese Buddhist texts were often due to translation issues. Sanskrit philosophical terms were notoriously difficult to render in Chinese, and early translators had sometimes made choices that obscured the original meaning. In other cases, the Chinese texts were based on incomplete Sanskrit manuscripts, missing sections that provided crucial context. After his 5 years of intensive study at Nalanda, Xuanzang began traveling throughout India to visit the sites associated with the Buddha's life and to collect manuscripts. He went to Bodh Gaya, where Siddhartha Gautama had achieved enlightenment under the Bodhi tree more than 1,000 years earlier. The tree that stood there was said to be a direct descendant of the original, and the site was maintained as a place of pilgrimage. Xuanzang spent weeks there in meditation and later described experiencing a profound spiritual transformation, as if his intellectual understanding of enlightenment was supplemented by a direct intuitive grasp of what the Buddha had realized. He went to Sarnath, where the Buddha had given his first sermon after his enlightenment, teaching the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path. He traveled to Kushinaga, where the Buddha had died and entered final nirvana. He went to Lumbini, the Buddha's birthplace, and to many other sites throughout northern India that were connected with events in the Buddha's life or with the lives of prominent Buddhist saints and philosophers. At each site, Xuanzang not only paid his respects, but also carefully documented what he found: the condition of the monuments, the stories told by local people, the texts preserved in nearby monasteries. He was compiling a comprehensive account of Buddhist geography and history that would be invaluable to Chinese Buddhists who had never been able to visit these sites themselves. Xuanzang also sought out manuscripts at every opportunity. He visited monastery libraries, consulted with scholars about which texts were considered most authoritative, and gradually assembled a massive collection of Sanskrit Buddhist scriptures. His collecting was systematic and scholarly. He prioritized texts that were not available in Chinese translation, that existed in Chinese but in problematic translations, or that were considered authoritative by Indian Buddhist scholars. He obtained manuscripts of philosophical texts, meditation manuals, monastic codes, ritual texts, and commentaries by great Buddhist thinkers. By his own later count, he collected 657 different texts comprising thousands of individual manuscripts. The question of authentication was crucial to Xuanzang's mission. How could he know which texts truly represented the Buddhist teachings and which were later compositions or corruptions? The Buddhist tradition addressed us through careful lineage tracking. Texts were considered authentic if they could be traced through a reliable chain of transmission, back to the Buddha or to direct disciples. Xuanzang consulted with the leading scholars about these lineages and made judgments about which text to prioritize. He was particularly interested in texts from the Yoga Sakra school, which he believed offered the most sophisticated philosophical framework for understanding consciousness and the path to enlightenment. During his travels, Xuanzang attracted the attention of Emperor Harsha, who ruled a large empire covering much of northern India. Harsha was a patron of Buddhism and a scholar in his own right, and he was intrigued by reports of this Chinese monk who had become learned in Indian Buddhist traditions. Harsha invited Xuanzang to his court and was so impressed by the monk's knowledge that he arranged a great assembly where Xuanzang would present his understanding of Buddhist philosophy and defend it against challenges from scholars representing different schools of Buddhism and Hinduism. This assembly, held in Nalanda and attended by thousands of monks and scholars, became one of the most famous events of Xuanzang's time in India. For 18 days, Xuanzang presented his thesis on the superiority of Mahayana Buddhism and its Yoga Sakra philosophical framework, and invited all present to refute his arguments if they could. According to the accounts, no one was able to successfully challenge his position. The Mahayana Buddhist hailed him as Mahayana Deva, master of Mahayana, while even the Theravada monks who disagreed with his conclusions acknowledged him as Moksha Deva, master of liberation. This triumph brought Xuanzang tremendous prestige, but also something more important: validation that his understanding of the Dharma was sound and that his years of study had truly led him to authentic knowledge. Emperor Harsha tried to convince Xuanzang to remain in India permanently, offering him patronage and the opportunity to establish a major monastery, but Xuanzang declined, explaining that his mission had always been to bring Chunchuns to China. He had made a promise to King Kula Turpan to return and teach there, and more fundamentally obligated to share what he had learned with the Chinese Buddhist community. Everything he had endured, the desert, the mountains, the years of separation from his homeland, had been for the purpose of gaining his knowledge back. To remain in India, no matter how present, would be to fail in his fundamental mission. There was also a more personal element to Xuanzang's decision. After 16 years away, he was homesick. He had left China as a young man in his 20s. He would return in his 40s, middle-aged and transformed by his experiences, but still Chinese in his fundamental identity. India had given him what he sought, but China was his home. The language he thought in was Chinese. His first spiritual formation had been in Chinese Buddhism, and his sense of duty was directed towards improving Buddhist understanding in his native land. Xuanzang began his preparations for the return journey. This time he would not be traveling alone and empty-handed, but with an enormous load of manuscripts and Buddhist relics, and with enough resources provided by Emperor Harsha and other patrons to make the journey less precarious. But the journey would still be dangerous. The same mountains and deserts had to be crossed, and he would be a more attractive tractor for parents now that he was carrying valuable items. The return journey, which began in 643 CE, took 2 years and followed a somewhat different route than his outbound trip. Xuanzang traveled through the Hindu Kush again, through Afghanistan, and then along the Silk Road through the Oasis kingdoms. At each stop, local rulers who had heard of his accomplishments in India welcomed him with honor. True to his promise, he spent 3 years in Turban teaching Gimku and Tai, but the king he had known had died and was succeeded by his son, who nevertheless held Xuanzang with a promise made to his father. As Xuanzang approached the borders of China, he sent messages ahead to inform the authorities of his return. He was uncertain what reception he would receive. He had, after all, defied the travel ban and left as a fugitive. Would he be arrested and punished, or would his achievements be recognized? The answer came in the form of an imperial summons. Emperor Taizong wished to meet him. Far from
being punished, Xuanzang was welcomed as a hero. The emperor was fascinated by Xuanzang's accounts of the foreign lands he had visited, the political situations in Central Asia and India, and the religious and philosophical traditions he had encountered. Xuanzang returns to Chang'an in 645 CE, 16 years after his secret departure. The city turned out to welcome him. Crowds lined the streets as his procession entered, carrying the precious manuscripts and Buddhist relics being brought from India. Emperor Daisang Yashuan's land account of travels, which became the Great Tang records on the western regions, an invaluable historical document that provides detailed descriptions of the countries, peoples, and cultures of Central Asia and India in the 7th century. The emperor also offered Xuanzang high government editions, but the monk declined, asking instead for imperial support for his real work, translating the Sanskrit text being brought back into Chinese. For the remaining 19 years of his life, Xuanzang devoted himself to translation. He established a translation bureau in Chang'an, gathering teams of scholar monks to armonk on writing transcript text into Chinese. His translation methodology was rigorous and innovative. He coined Vietnamese terms for Sanskrit concepts that had previously been orally translated. He wrote commentaries explaining difficult passages, and he cross-referenced multiple manuscripts to establish the most accurate texts. By the time of his death in 664 CE, he translated 74 texts, hosting 1,347 fascicles, an enormous body of work that transformed Chinese Buddhism. Xuanzang's translations gave Chinese Buddhists access to authentic scriptures and resolved many of the contradictions that troubled him as a young monk. His work established throughout his school as a major tradition in Chinese Buddhism, and has remained authoritative for centuries. The premises of most modern legacy was deep-breaking the value of what people call staggering. His methods, the principle that authentic understanding requires considerable sources, modern the original languages, and practice wisdom.
The truth of a journey lies not only in the traveling, but in the telling. Between the moment a traveler's foot first touches foreign soil and the moment their words reach the page, something transformative occurs. Memory filters through time, experience reshapes itself into narrative, and the line between what was seen and what was understood becomes as blurred as a desert horizon at noon. This chapter explores two journeys separated by 6 centuries, yet united by a common thread. Both changed forever how their cultures understood the world beyond their borders, and both left behind questions that scholars still debate today. One man returned with sacred texts and memories of enlightenment. The other returned with tales of wonder that some believed were fantasies. Both shaped the imagination of their civilizations in ways neither could have anticipated. The year was 644 CE, and Xuanzang stood at the edge of the Taklamakan Desert, the same merciless expanse he had crossed 17 years earlier as a fugitive monk fleeing imperial prohibition. Then he had been alone, driven by spiritual hunger and the desperate need to find authentic Buddhist teachings in their Indian homeland. Now he traveled with a caravan of 20 horses laden with treasures beyond material value, 657 Buddhist texts in Sanskrit, numeric relics, including portions of the Buddha's remains, and 7 statues of precious metals depicting various Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. The desert had not changed, but Xuanzang had. The young monk who had nearly died of thirst, who had seen his water bag burst and contemplated turning back, was now a mature scholar of 44, his face lined by years of intense study, and his eyes carrying the weight of knowledge that had cost him everything to obtain. His companions on this return journey were a mixed group, some Buddhist monks who had studied with him in India and wished to see China, several merchants whose goods traveled alongside his manuscripts, and guards hired to protect the caravan from bandits who plagued the Silk Road. Unlike his solitary outbound journey, Xuanzang now had responsibilities beyond his own survival. The manuscripts he carried represented not just his personal quest, but the potential transformation of Chinese Buddhism itself. Each text was carefully wrapped in silk, protected from sand and moisture, and he checked on them constantly with a devotion that bordered on obsession. His traveling companions joked that he guarded these bundles more carefully than a mother watches her newborn child, and they were not wrong. To Xuanzang, these texts were more precious than any material treasure, more important than his own life.
The route through central Asia took them through the same kingdoms Xuanzang had visited on his outbound journey, but the political landscape had shifted dramatically. The Western Turkic Khaganate was fragmenting, local rulers were consolidating power, and the reach of the Tang Dynasty had extended significantly westward. Where once Xuanzang had been an unknown fugitive monk, he was now a celebrity. Word of his achievements in India had traveled along the merchant routes, and rulers in places like Khotan and Kucha received him with honors typically reserved for ambassadors. The king of Khotan, a devout Buddhist, begged him to remain and teach, offering lavish gifts and promising to build a monastery in his honor. But Xuanzang politely declined. China called to him with a pull stronger than any earthly reward. He had left as a criminal. He hoped to return as something else entirely. As the caravan approached the Tang borders, Xuanzang's anxiety grew. He had left without imperial permission, technically breaking the law that forbade unauthorized travel beyond China's frontiers. The penalty could be severe, even for a monk, even after all he had accomplished. He drafted a letter to Emperor Taizong, explaining his actions, detailing his journey, and requesting permission to return to the capital. The letter was a masterpiece of diplomatic writing, respectful but not obsequious, proud of his achievements but humble about its disobedience, and carefully emphasizing how his knowledge of the western regions could benefit the empire. He dispatched this letter ahead and waited, continuing his slow journey eastward while his fate hung in uncertainty. The emperor's response, when it came, exceeded Xuanzang's most optimistic hopes. Taizong was not only willing to forgive the illegal departure, but was intensely interested in everything Xuanzang had learned about the kingdoms between China and India. The emperor was a brilliant military strategist and administrator, and he understood the strategic value of detailed intelligence about Central Asian kingdoms, their rulers, their military strength, their alliances, and their resources. He sent officials to meet Xuanzang, to escort him safely to the capital, and to ensure that this walking encyclopedia of Western knowledge arrived without incident. The message was clear. Xuanzang was not a criminal returning to face justice, but a valuable asset returning to serve the empire. On the 15th day of the first month of 645 CE, exactly 17 years after his clandestine departure, Xuanzang entered Chang'an, the magnificent capital of the Tang Dynasty and the largest city in the world. What followed was less a homecoming than a triumph, a spectacle carefully orchestrated by imperial officials who understood the propaganda value of this moment. The streets were lined with crowds numbering in the hundreds of thousands, from nobles in silk robes to common laborers, from Buddhist monks to Taoist priests, all eager to see the man whose journey had become legendary. The manuscripts and relics were displayed on elaborately decorated platforms, carried in procession by monks chanting sutras. Incense smoke filled the air, and flower petals rained down from windows and rooftops. Xuanzang himself remained modest throughout the celebration, uncomfortable with the attention, his mind already turning to the monumental task ahead, the translation of the manuscripts he had brought back. But he understood the importance of this public reception. Buddhism in China had always existed in the shadow of Taoism and Confucianism, sometimes tolerated, sometimes persecuted, always somewhat foreign despite centuries of adaptation. This moment, a Chinese monk returning from the Buddhist homeland with authentic texts and imperial blessing, represented a kind of nationalization of Buddhism, making it undeniably part of Chinese civilization. The meeting between Xuanzang and Emperor Taizong has been recorded in multiple sources, and while the details vary, the substance is consistent. The emperor was fascinated not by the religious aspects of Xuanzang's journey, but by the geopolitical intelligence he had gathered. Their first conversation lasted for hours, with Taizong peppering the monk with questions about the military strength of various kingdoms, the navigatability of rivers and mountain passes, the loyalty of vassal states, and the possibility of forming alliances. Xuanzang answered with the precision of a scholar and the insight of someone who had observed carefully. The emperor was so impressed that he urged Xuanzang to abandon the monastic life and enter imperial service as an advisor on Western affairs. Xuanzang politely but firmly declined. His life belonged to the Dharma, to the translation work that would make these Sanskrit texts accessible to Chinese readers. But he agreed to a compromise. He would write a detailed geographical and cultural account of all the regions he had visited or learned about during his journey. This work, the Da Tang Shiyu Ji, or Great Tang Records on the Western regions, would become one of the most important historical sources for understanding 7th century Central and South Asia. Taizong was satisfied with this arrangement and granted Xuanzang something even more valuable than money: imperial patronage for his translation project, including workspace, materials, and access to the finest scholars in the empire. The translation compound established for Xuanzang's project was located in the newly constructed Hongfu Monastery, a complex of buildings specifically designed to house what would become one of the most ambitious scholarly endeavors in Chinese history. The main translation hall was a vast space with high ceilings and large windows, oriented to catch the northern light, considered best for detailed work. Long tables were arranged in rows, each station equipped with writing materials, reference texts, and space for multiple monks to collaborate. At its height, Xuanzang's translation team included more than 20 scholar monks, each selected for specific skills. Some were Sanskrit experts, others were specialists in particular schools of Buddhist philosophy, still others were brilliant Chinese stylists who could render complex concepts in eloquent classical Chinese. Xuanzang's translation methodology was revolutionary in its rigor. Previous Buddhist translations had always been loose adaptations, changing concepts to fit Chinese philosophical frameworks.
frameworks and sometimes omitting sections that seem redundant or incomprehensible. Xuanzang insisted on precision, even when it meant introducing new vocabulary or awkward constructions into Chinese. He would first read the Sanskrit text aloud, explaining its meaning and context. Then the team would discuss possible Chinese renderings, debating the nuances of terms and testing different formulations. Only when Xuanzang was satisfied with the text would be written down, and even then it would undergo multiple revisions before being considered complete. The process was painstakingly slow. A single page might take days to perfect, but the result was translations of unprecedented accuracy and philosophical sophistication. The atmosphere in the translation hall combined the discipline of a military operation with the devotion of religious practice. Work began at dawn with chanting and meditation, continued through the morning and afternoon with only brief breaks for meals, and concluded at dusk with more chanting and dedication of merit. Xuanzang presided over it all with gentle authority, correcting errors with patience, encouraging struggling translators, and maintaining the focus necessary for such demanding work. He rarely left the compound, sleeping only a few hours each night, his health gradually declining under the weight of his self-imposed workload. Visitors reported that he seemed lit by an inner fire, consumed by the urgency of completing his life's work while time remained. In addition to the translation work, Xuanzang labored on his Great Tang records on the western regions, dictated to his disciple Bianji. This text was very different from the religious manuscripts. It was essentially an encyclopedia of geography, politics, culture, and history covering 138 kingdoms and regions. For each location, Xuanzang provided detailed information: the circumference of the territory, the capital city's layout, the climate and agricultural products, the character and customs of the people, the system of government, the state of Buddhism, and notable historical events or legends. The level of detail is extraordinary. He described the architectural style of stupas, the varieties of grapes grown in different oases, the military tactics of various kingdoms, and the philosophical debates between competing Buddhist schools. What makes the Great Tang records invaluable to modern historians is precisely what made it useful to Emperor Taizong. Xuanzang was an accurate observer with a remarkable memory and no reason to fabricate. When he described his city, he noted the length of its walls and the number of its gates, the width of its streets. When he reported on religious communities, he gave numbers of monks and monks that can sometimes be verified against other sources. When he related historical events, he distinguished between what he witnessed, what he heard from reliable sources, and what was legendary. Modern archaeologies have used his descriptions to locate and identify ancient sites, and historians have corroborated his accounts against Chinese, Tibetan, and Islamic sources, generally finding them accurate. The scale of Xuanzang's translation output is staggering. By the time of his death in 664 CE, he translated to 74 works, comprising 135 volumes. This represents only a fraction of the manuscripts brought back, but it includes many of the most important texts of Mahayana Buddhism, particularly those of the Hijra school that emphasized consciousness and perception as the foundation of reality. These translations have fundamentally reshaped Chinese Buddhism, introducing new philosophical frameworks and practices that influence not only religious thought, but Chinese philosophy, psychology, and culture more broadly. Concepts from Xuanzang's translations entered the Chinese intellectual mainstream, affecting everything from poetry to political theories. Xuanzang's final years were marked by increasing physical reality, deficits in intellectual energy, yet his working even his health declining. How weird to you that this son has attracted everything he brought back. His disciple Plato seemed to be reaching against every cell, determining to use how much of the farm had slowed and what strength failed. In 64, he collapsed, crying on regiments parking out of the center. He died shortly afterwards around the light that the national environment that
The court of Kublai Khan was unlike anything Europeans had encountered. The Khan was not merely a military conqueror, but a sophisticated ruler who consciously cultivated a cosmopolitan court that drew on Chinese, Mongol, Persian, and even European traditions. He employed administrators from multiple cultures, patronized artists and scholars, and was genuinely curious about foreign religions, philosophies, and technologies. According to Marco Polo's account, the Khan was immediately fascinated by the young Venetian, impressed by his intelligence and linguistic ability. The text claims that Marco learned Mongolian and 4 other languages, that he became a trusted emissary sent on imperial business throughout the empire, and that he served as governor of Yangzhou, a major Chinese city, for 3 years. The account of Marco Polo's years in China, dictated to a writer named Ristichello de Pisa and compiled into the book known as The Travels of Marco Polo, or Il Milione, describes wonders that seemed almost unbelievable to European readers. He described cities of 1 million inhabitants, when the largest European cities held perhaps 100,000. He described a postal system so efficient that imperial messengers could cover hundreds of miles in a day, with relay stations providing fresh horses and food. He described paper money printed from wooden blocks and accepted throughout the empire, a concept so foreign to Europeans accustomed to metal coins that many readers dismissed it as fantasy. He described coal,
black stones that burn like wood, as the primary fuel source, while Europeans still relied mainly on wood and charcoal. Marco Polo's descriptions of Chinese cities were particularly detailed and awe-inspiring. He described Hangzhou, which he called Kinsei, as the most magnificent city in the world, with its canals and bridges, its markets selling exotic goods, its parks and pleasure lakes. He enumerated 12,000 bridges, claimed the city had a population of over 1 million, and described the organization of its trades into guilds, each occupying its own street or district. He wrote of the abundance of food, the variety of fish and game and vegetables available in the markets, the restaurants and tea houses, and the luxurious lifestyle of the merchants and officials. His description reads like something from a fairy tale, yet archaeological and historical evidence largely confirms that Song Dynasty Hangzhou was indeed an urban center of unprecedented size and sophistication. He wrote about the governmental organization of China, the hierarchical administration with its examinations and bureaucratic procedures, the census taking and record keeping, the regulation of trades and prices. He described the Grand Canal, connecting the agricultural south with the political north, along which flowed grain, silk, tea, and 1,000 other commodities. He wrote about the production of silk and porcelain, manufacturing processes that were closely guarded secrets in China, but described by Marco Polo with enough accuracy to suggest he had actually witnessed them. He noted the reference for printed books, though he seemed not to fully understand the significance of printing technology itself. The account also includes descriptions of Marco Polo's supposed travels on behalf of Kublai Khan to distant parts of the empire, to Burma, to India, perhaps to Sumatra. He described customs and religions, political systems, and natural resources, always with an eye toward what might be valuable for trade. He described the island of Cipango, Japan, as having gold in such abundance that the roof tiles of palaces were made of pure gold, though he admitted he had not visited it personally. This claim, like several others in his account, may have come from second-hand reports that Marco Polo incorporated into his narrative without clearly distinguishing them from his own observations. According to the account, the Polo family finally received permission to leave China in 1291 after 17 years of service. The Khan was reluctant to let them go, but agreed when they volunteered to escort a Mongol princess who was being sent to marry a Persian Ilkhan. The journey home by sea took them through Southeast Asia, across the Indian Ocean, and around Arabia, a route that allowed Marco Polo to add descriptions of these regions to his eventual book. They arrived in Venice in 1295, 24 years after their departure, and according to legend were initially not recognized by their own family, their clothes foreign and their appearance changed by years of travel. 3 years after his return, in 1298, Venice went to war with its rival Genoa, and Marco Polo, commanding a Venetian galley, was captured in a naval battle and imprisoned. It was during this imprisonment that he met Ristichello de Pisa, a writer of romance novels, and dictated to him the account of his travels. This collaborative process is crucial to understanding the controversial nature of the resulting text. Ristichello was not a historian or geographer, but a writer of entertaining fiction, and his influence on the text is evident in its structure, its dramatic embellishments, and its occasional contradictions and impossibilities. The text that emerged from this collaboration was immensely popular, but immediately controversial. Some readers were fascinated, treating it as a window into a world that few Europeans had seen. Others were skeptical, dismissing much of it as fantasy and exaggeration. Marco Polo himself acquired the nickname Il Milione, the million, supposedly because he constantly spoke of millions of this and that, or alternatively because readers thought he had told 1 million lies. The debate about the veracity of his account began in his lifetime and has continued with varying intensity for 7 centuries. Modern historians and sinologists have identified several troubling omissions in Marco Polo's account that raise serious questions about whether he actually reached China, or instead compiled his book from information gathered from Persian and Central Asian merchants. First, he never mentions the Great Wall of China, despite traveling through regions where it would have been visible, and despite its obvious strategic and engineering significance. Second, he never mentions tea, the beverage that was ubiquitous in Chinese culture, consumed at all social levels, and central to Chinese hospitality and ritual. Third, he never described foot binding, the practice of binding young girls' feet to keep them small, which was widespread among elite Chinese families during the Yuan dynasty, and would surely have struck a foreign observer as noteworthy. Fourth, he never mentions Chinese writing, the distinctive characters that covered every official document, every shop sign, every text, a remarkable omission for someone who supposedly worked in the Mongol administration. Furthermore, Marco Polo's name appears in no Chinese sources from the period. Records of foreign officials in Mongol service are relatively detailed, and Persian, Central Asian, and even European names appear in them, but no mention of any Polo family exists. The claim that Marco Polo governed Yangzhou for 3 years is particularly problematic, as Chinese sources provide fairly complete lists of that city's administrators, and no foreign official appears in the relevant period. His claim to have participated in the Mongol siege of Xiangyang is contradicted by the chronology. The siege ended before the Polos arrived in China. Defenders of Marco Polo's account point to other evidence. His descriptions of Mongol court ceremonies, of the postal relay system, of paper money, of coal, of the layout of certain cities, and of various customs all show accuracy that would be difficult to achieve without personal observation or very detailed informants. He described the Mongol invasion of Japan, including the kamikaze typhoons that destroyed the invasion fleet, with substantial accuracy. His description of the production and uses of asbestos matches Chinese sources. His account of the quarrel between Nestorian Christians and Muslims at Kublai Khan's court includes details that appear to be historically accurate. One explanation for the anomalies is that Marco Polo operated primarily in the Mongol sphere rather than the Chinese sphere. The Mongols ruled China but remained culturally distinct, maintaining their own language, customs, and administration practices. Marco Polo may have dealt primarily with Mongol and Central Asian officials, traveled in Mongol-dominated regions, and had limited contact with Chinese culture proper. This would explain why he knew so much about Mongol administration, but missed distinctively Chinese elements like tea and foot binding. The Mongols themselves did not drink tea in the Chinese manner, did not practice foot binding, and used Mongolian or Persian rather than Chinese characters in much of their administration. Another possibility is that the text we have is not an accurate representation of what Marco Polo actually dictated. Medieval manuscripts were copied by hand, and copying errors, editorial decisions, and later editions all could have altered the original text. More than 140 medieval manuscripts of the travels exist in multiple languages, and they show significant variations. Some include passages that others omit, some provide different numbers or details, and no single manuscript can be definitively identified as the original. What we read today as Marco Polo's account is actually a reconstruction by modern editors attempting to determine what the original text might have said, a reconstruction that inevitably involves choices and assumptions. There is also the role of Rustichello de Pisa to consider. As a writer of Romance literature, he had his own conventions and expectations for how a travel narrative should read. He may have reorganized Marco Polo's recollections, omitted things he considered dull, embellished exciting elements, and borrowed passages from other texts to fill gaps. Some scholars have identified passages in the travels that seem to be lifted nearly verbatim from other medieval travel accounts. This does not necessarily mean Marco Polo was lying. It may mean that Rustichello was editing and supplementing his account to create a more marketable book. The question of whether Marco Polo actually reached China may ultimately be unanswerable with the evidence available, but in some ways the question misses the point. What matters historically is not whether every detail in the account is accurate, but rather the impact the account had on European understanding of Asia. Marco Polo's travels, regardless of their precise veracity, provided Europeans with the most detailed description of Asia available until the 16th century. The book influenced cartographers who incorporated its geographical information into their maps. It influenced later explorers, including Christopher Columbus, who owned a copy heavily annotated with his own notes. It influenced European perceptions of China as a wealthy, sophisticated civilization that could be a partner in trade and possibly in religious alliance against Islam. The account also inaugurated a genre, the European travel narrative about Asia, which would become immensely popular and politically significant in subsequent centuries. Marco Polo established many of the conventions of this genre, the emphasis on wonders and differences, the attention to trade goods and resources, the mixture of observation and hearsay, the tone of authoritative eyewitness even when reporting second-hand information. Later travelers, from Ibn Battuta to Matteo Ricci to British colonial administrators, would follow patterns that Marco Polo helped establish. Comparing Xuanzang and Marco Polo illuminates the ways that travel narratives serve different functions for different audiences. Xuanzang's account was primarily valued for its detailed, factual information about geography, politics, and Buddhist doctrine. Emperor Taizong wanted intelligence about potential allies and enemies. Buddhist monks wanted accurate translations of Sanskrit texts. Scholars wanted reliable information about the Western regions. Xuanzang delivered on all these expectations, and his reputation as a truthful observer has survived across centuries, verified by archaeological and textual evidence. His journey's impact was profound, but primarily within religious and scholarly circles. Marco Polo's account, in contrast, was from the beginning a hybrid of informational and entertainment literature, shaped as much by Rustichello's narrative craft as by Marco Polo's actual experiences. European readers wanted tales of wonder, confirmation of Christian superiority, and information about potential trade opportunities. The travels delivered all of this, though the veracity of the information was always somewhat beside the point. What mattered was that readers believed they were getting a glimpse of the mysterious East, that the account fed both fantasies of wealth and anxieties about pagan civilizations that might be more advanced than Christian Europe. The book's impact was broader and more diffuse than Xuanzang's writings, shaping general cultural perceptions rather than specific scholarly or religious practices. Both accounts also reveal the inevitable distortion that occurs when experience becomes narrative. Xuanzang's Great Tang Records was dictated from memory years after the journey, and modern scholars have identified places where his account of distances, populations, or political situations appears to be inaccurate, likely due to memory failures or misunderstandings of the time. Memory is not a recording device but a reconstructive process, and Xuanzang's
The sound that dominated the Longjiang shipyards in the spring of 1405 was neither the clang of hammers nor the shouts of foremen, but rather a deep, resonant creaking, the sound of wood under impossible stress, of trees transformed into something that defied the natural order. The treasure ships rose from the dockyards like wooden mountains,
their hulls so massive that workers ascending the bamboo scaffolding disappeared into insignificance, reduced to ant-like figures crawling across a landscape of planks and beams. These were not merely ships in any conventional sense. They were floating cities, architectural impossibilities made real through Ming Dynasty engineering, vessels so large that European observers, had any been present, would have dismissed descriptions of them as Oriental fantasy. The largest of these treasure ships, the Baochuan, measured over 400 feet in length and 180 feet in width, dimensions that would not be matched by Western shipbuilding until the 19th century. 9 masts rose from their decks, each requiring entire forests to supply. The hulls were divided into watertight compartments, a revolutionary design that would not appear in European naval architecture for another 400 years. These compartments meant that a breach in one section would not sink the entire vessel. Water could be contained, isolated, managed. It was engineering born from centuries of river navigation on the unpredictable Yangtze, now applied on a scale that transformed maritime possibility. Admiral Zheng He stood on the dockside that spring morning, surveying the fleet that would carry his name into legend. He was an imposing figure, despite, or perhaps because of, the mutilation that had defined his life's trajectory. Born Mahe in Yunnan province in 1371 to a Muslim family that claimed descent from Persian nobility, his childhood had ended abruptly during the Ming military campaigns to consolidate control over the region. Captured at age 10, he had been castrated and sent into imperial service, a common fate for boys taken during military operations. The procedure that made him a eunuch had nearly killed him, but he survived, bearing both the physical and psychological scars of that transformation. Yet this brutal beginning had, paradoxically, opened paths to power that would have been closed to him as an intact male from a minority religion in a Confucian empire. Eunuchs could rise high in the imperial household precisely because they posed no dynastic threat. They could father no children to challenge imperial succession. Mahe entered the service of Ju Di, then the Prince of Yan, and proved himself not just loyal, but extraordinarily capable. When Ju Di seized the throne in a bloody civil war, becoming the Yongle Emperor, he elevated his trusted eunuch, now renamed Chang He, to unprecedented heights. The Muslim boy from Yunnan, castrated and enslaved, had become the supreme commander of the largest naval force ever assembled. The Yongle Emperor's motivations for these massive maritime expeditions were complex and overlapping, a mixture of diplomatic calculation, economic ambition, personal psychology, and ideological assertion. Officially, the primary purpose was to establish tributary relationships with foreign kingdoms, demonstrating Chinese supremacy and bringing distant lands into the civilized orbit of the Middle Kingdom. The expeditions would present imperial gifts to foreign rulers, who would in turn send tribute missions to Beijing, acknowledging Chinese preeminence. This was statecraft through spectacle, diplomacy through overwhelming display. But there were other more specific motivations. The previous emperor, the Jianwen Emperor, whom Yongle had overthrown, had disappeared during the final assault on Nanjing. His body was never conclusively identified. Persistent rumors suggested he had escaped, possibly fled overseas. Some historians believe Yongle commissioned these expeditions partly to search for his vanished nephew, to eliminate any potential rival claimant to the throne hiding in Southeast Asian kingdoms. Whether this was paranoia or legitimate concern, it added urgency to the maritime ventures. There was also the matter of prestige. The Yongle Emperor had seized power through military force, always a problematic foundation for legitimacy in a Confucian system that valued rightful succession. He needed to establish himself not merely as a successful usurper, but as a great emperor worthy of the mandate of heaven. What better demonstration than expeditions that extended Chinese power farther than ever before, that brought exotic tribute and foreign ambassadors to kowtow before the dragon throne? The giraffes and zebras from Africa, the precious woods and spices from Southeast Asia, the pearls and gemstones from India, all would testify to his greatness. Economically, the expeditions were double-hedged. They were enormously expensive, requiring the construction and maintenance of hundreds of ships, the provisioning of tens of thousands of men, the manufacture of gifts suitable for foreign potentates. Yet they also established trading networks, opened markets for Chinese goods, and brought back valuable commodities. Chinese merchants accompanied the fleets, conducting private trade alongside the official diplomatic exchanges. Silks, porcelain, and tea flowed outward, spices, medicines, and luxury goods flowed back. The expeditions were both extravagant display and calculated investment. The composition of Chang He's fleets was as impressive as their ships. The first expedition, departing in 1405, consisted of 317 vessels of various types and sizes. At the center were the massive treasure ships, but these were supported by a fleet of specialized vessels, supply ships carrying food and water for a voyage that might last 2 years, troop transports filled with soldiers to provide military intimidation and, if necessary, force, communication boats that could sail quickly between larger vessels, and even specialized tankers for carrying fresh water.
The total complement of this first expedition numbered approximately 27,800 men, more than the population of many European cities of the time. These were not merely sailors. The expeditions carried a cross-section of Ming civilization, navigators who could read the stars and interpret monsoon patterns, soldiers trained in both naval combat and land warfare, merchants skilled in assessing foreign cuts and negotiating prices, doctors carrying Chinese medical knowledge and herbs, astrologers who determined auspicious dates and interpreted omens, translators fluent in Arabic, Persian, Tamil, and various Southeast Asian languages, chroniclers who recorded everything for imperial reports, cooks who could provision thousands, and artisans who could repair everything from torn sails to broken porcelain. It was a city afloat, complete with hierarchy, specialization, and the complex social organization required to sustain such an endeavor. The departure of the first great expedition in the summer of 1405 was an event that brought tens of thousands of spectators to the banks of the Yangtze. Never before had such a fleet assembled. The river, wide as a fleet at this point, filled with vessels until the water itself seemed to disappear beneath wood and sail. The treasure ships dominated, their 9 masts creating a forest that swayed and creaked, their hulls painted in bright colors, red and gold and green that gleamed in the morning sun. Flags and banners streamed from every mast, imperial yellow dragons, the personal standards of Zheng He, good luck characters, religious symbols, both Buddhist and Muslim. The ritual of departure was elaborate. Imperial astrologers had determined the auspicious hour. Confucian officials, many of whom privately opposed the entire enterprise as a wasteful extravagance, nonetheless performed the proper ceremonies. Buddhist monks chanting prayers for success, Taoist priests conducted rituals to appease the spirits of wind and water. Muslim imams, Zheng He insisted on their inclusion, recited verses from the Quran. It was characteristic of Chinese maritime expeditions that they hedged their bets theologically, invoking protection from every available supernatural source. Zheng He himself performed the most important ritual, offering sacrifices to Tem Fei, the celestial consort, patron goddess of sailors. According to legend, Tem Fei had been a Moro woman named Lin Moniang who lived in the 10th century and possessed supernatural powers that allowed her to rescue sailors from drowning. After her death, she was deified, and sailors throughout China's coastal regions worshipped her fervently. Zheng He was particularly devoted to Tem Fei, crediting her with his survival of numerous maritime dangers. On this first expedition, as on all subsequent ones, he carried her image on his flagship and prayed to her daily. As drums thundered and gongs crashed, the fleet began to move, and the treasure ships required careful handling in the river. 13 drafts in immense bulk made them difficult to maneuver in confined waters. Smaller vessels towed them initially, dozens of boats straining against ropes thick as a man's torso. Gradually, as the river widened towards the sea, sails began to unfurl. The sight must have been extraordinary, hundreds of sails catching the wind simultaneously, the fabric snapping taut with the vessels gathering momentum. The crowd's roar carried across the water, a sound composed of pride, awe, anxiety, and hope. The route of this first expedition was carefully planned, following established trading networks, but extending them farther than Chinese vessels had officially hunted before. The fleet sailed down the Yangtze to its path, one turned south along the coast, staying within sight of land initially. The first major stop was Jampa, in what's now central Vietnam, a kingdom that had long paid tribute to China, but welcomed the spectacular confirmation of Chinese power. The arrival of Zheng He's fleet in Champa's harbors caused a sensation. Local chroniclers recorded the event in terms that mixed admiration with apprehension. The Chinese ships were so large they blocked out the sun, they wrote, and the number of that could populate a city. The diplomatic protocol established in Champa would be repeated at every subsequent port. First came the arrival spectacle itself, no fleet anchoring in perfect formation, a display of naval discipline meant to impress. Then Zheng He and his senior officers would go ashore in elaborate ceremonial dress, accompanied by troops in parade formation. Local rulers were invited to receive them with full court ceremony. Chinese envoys would present imperial letters of the gifts, always carefully calibrated to the recipient status. Rolls of silk, eyed porcelain, lacquerware, and other Chinese luxury goods demonstrated both wealth and sophistication. In return, local rulers were expected to send tribute to be carried back to pay the tribute typically in local specialties. In Southeast Asia, this spanned from invites and spices, exotic birds, and medicinal herbs and precious stones. But the tribute was also symbolic. By sending in foreign rulers acknowledged Chinese supremacy and accepted their place in a hierarchical international order with the Ming Empire in the center. For China, this was how the world should be organized. The Ming Empire with the center, radiating civilization outward, receiving acknowledgement of its superiority for peripheral kingdoms. The giraffes and zebras from Africa, the precious Brussels oysters from Southeast Asia, the pearls and gemstones from India, all would testify to its greatness. Economically, the expeditions were double-hedged. They were enormously expensive, requiring the construction and maintenance of hundreds of ships, the provisioning of tens of thousands of men, the manufacture of gifts suitable for foreign potentates. Yet they also established trading networks, opening markets for Chinese goods, and brought back valuable commodities. Chinese merchants in the company of the fleets, conducting private trade alongside the official diplomatic exchanges. Silks, porcelain, and tea flowed outward, spices, medicines, and luxury goods forward back. The expeditions were both extravagant display and calculated investment. The composition of Deng He's fleets was as impressive as their ships, and the first expedition, departing in 1405, consisted of 317 vessels of various types and sizes, at the center were the massive treasure ships, but these were supported by a fleet of specialized vessels, supply ships carrying food and water for a voyage that might last 2 years, troop transports filled with soldiers to provide military intimidation and, if necessary, force, communication boats that conceal quickly between larger vessels, and even specialized hangars for carrying fresh water. The total complement of this first expedition numbered approximately 27,800 men, more than the population of many European cities of the time. These were not merely sailors. The expeditions carried a cross-section of Ming civilization, navigators that could read the stars and interpret monsoon patterns, soldiers trained in both naval combat and land warfare, merchants skilled in assessing foreign paths and negotiating prices, doctors studying Chinese medical knowledge and herbs, astrologers who determined auspicious dates and interpreted omens,
translators fluent in Arabic, Persian, Tamil, and various Southeast Asian languages, chroniclers who recorded everything for imperial reports, cooks who could provision thousands, and artisans who could repair everything from torn sails to broken porcelain. It was a city afloat, complete with hierarchy, specialization, and the complex social organization required to sustain such an endowment. The departure of the first great expedition in the summer of 1405 was an event that brought tens of thousands of spectators to the banks of the Yangtze. Never before had such a fleet assembled. The river, wide as a lake at this point, filled with vessels until the water itself seemed to disappear beneath wooden sail. The treasure ships dominated, their 9 masts creating a forest that swayed and creaked, their hulls painted in bright colors, red and gold and green that gleamed in the morning sun. Flags and banners streamed from every mast, imperial jello dragons, the personal standards of Zheng He, good luck characters, religious symbols both Buddhist and Muslim. The ritual of departure was elaborate. Imperial astrology.
But the most spectacular return was yet to come. On the third expedition, which reached the Arabian Peninsula and East Africa between 1409 and 1411, Zheng He's fleet acquired something that would cause a sensation in Beijing: giraffes. African rulers seeking to impress the Chinese and establish profitable relationships presented these animals as gifts. The giraffes were transported across the Indian Ocean, an extraordinarily difficult feat requiring specially modified ships and constant care. When they arrived in China, they created a public sensation. To Chinese eyes, trained on traditional iconography, the giraffes bore striking resemblance to the qilin, a mythical creature from Chinese legend. The qilin was said to appear only during the reigns of wise and benevolent rulers as a sign of heavenly approval. It was described as having a deer's body, an ox's tail, and a single horn, close enough to a giraffe's appearance that courtiers immediately made the connection. The arrival of these creatures was interpreted as cosmic confirmation of the Yongle Emperor's legitimacy and virtue. The emperor himself likely knew they were simply African animals, but he understood symbolic politics too well to discourage the interpretation. Subsequent expeditions pushed even further into the Indian Ocean world. The fourth expedition, 1413-1415, reached the Persian Gulf, visiting Hormuz, the great trading entrepot that controlled access to Persian and Mesopotamian markets. Chinese sailors walked the streets of cities where Persian, Arab, Turkish, and Indian merchants conducted business in multiple languages, where goods from 3 continents changed hands, where religious diversity meant that mosques, churches, Hindu temples, and Buddhist shrines all coexisted. For the Muslim members of Zheng He's expeditions, these voyages offered opportunities for religious pilgrimage. Zheng He himself, a devout Muslim, likely performed Hajj to Mecca, though Chinese records are frustratingly vague about his personal religious practices. The 5th, 6th, and 7th expeditions, spanning from 1417 to 1433, continued to expand Chinese engagement with the Indian Ocean world. The fleet became a regular presence in ports from Java to Jeddah, from Calicut to Mogadishu. Chinese merchants established permanent communities in some locations, marrying local women and creating mixed families. Chinese porcelain became ubiquitous in high-status households throughout the region. Archaeological excavations in East Africa have uncovered Ming Dynasty porcelain in quantities that testify to extensive trade relationships. The expeditions brought cultural exchange on an unprecedented scale. Chinese technologies, particularly in maritime engineering, ceramics, and silk production, spread through the Indian Ocean world. In return, Chinese knowledge expanded dramatically. Geographical understanding, astronomical observations, medicinal knowledge, and linguistic capabilities all increased through sustained contact with diverse civilizations. Chinese Muslims developed closer ties with the broader Islamic world. Southeast Asian and Indian princes visiting Beijing, exposing the Chinese court to foreign perspectives. Yet even as the expeditions reached their peak in terms of distance and diplomatic success, opposition was mounting within the Chinese bureaucracy. The expeditions had always been controversial among Confucian officials, who viewed them as extravagant wastes of resources that would be better spent on agriculture, infrastructure, and defense of the northern borders. These officials, primarily degree-holding literati who staffed the civil service, held maritime trade and foreign adventures in contempt. True civilization, in their view, came from agriculture and proper Confucian social organization, not from sailing to distant lands to collect exotic animals and foreign baubles. The costs were indeed substantial. Maintaining the treasure fleet required enormous resources. The shipyards had to be continuously operational, producing new vessels to replace those lost to weather and wear. Tens of thousands of sailors and soldiers required payment, provisioning, and support for their families. The diplomatic gifts presented to foreign rulers represented significant expenses. The goods brought back were valuable, but many were luxuries rather than necessities, and the expense of acquiring them exceeded their intrinsic value. More fundamentally, the expeditions represented a particular vision of Chinese imperial grandeur that was not universally shared.
The Yongle emperor, an usurper who had seized power through military force, needed to establish his legitimacy through spectacular achievements. The treasure voyages served his psychological and political needs. But for many Confucian officials, the proper role of the emperor was not as a naval emperor projecting power overseas, but as the ritual and administrative center of a land-based empire focused on maintaining social harmony and defending against northern nomadic threats. The Mongol threat remained real and pressing. Throughout the early 15th century, while Chinese treasure fleets dominated the Indian Ocean, remnant Mongol forces still threatened China's northern frontiers. The Great Wall required constant maintenance and reinforcement. Military expeditions to push Mongol forces further into the steppes consumed resources and attention. To many officials, it seemed perverse to spend vast sums sending ships to Africa when the primary threat to Chinese security came from horsemen on the northern plains. The death of the Yongle Emperor in 1424 marked the beginning of the end for the treasure voyages. His son, the Hongxi Emperor, reigned for less than a year, but immediately moved to curtail the maritime expeditions, redirecting resources to domestic concerns. His son, the Xuanzang Emperor, allowed one final expedition under Zheng He in 1431 to 1433, but this was a valedictory voyage, a last hurrah for a program that had lost imperial favor. When Zheng He returned from this seventh expedition and died shortly thereafter, probably in 1433, the era of Chinese maritime dominance effectively ended. What followed was systematic dismantling. The Confucian bureaucracy, now firmly in control, moved to eliminate not just the treasure fleet, but the very memory of Chinese maritime capability. The great treasure ships were left to rot in their harbors, their massive hulls slowly disintegrating. Smaller vessels were broken up for timber. The sophisticated shipyards at Longjiang failed into disuse. Most dramatically, official records of the expeditions were destroyed. Bureaucrats literally burned the logs, charts, and reports that documented Zheng He's voyages, seeking to erase evidence of what they viewed as a wasteful aberration. The destruction of these records was so thorough that modern historians struggle to reconstruct the details of the expeditions. What we know comes from fragmentary sources, brief mentions in official histories, private accounts by participants, forward records from visited ports, and archaeological evidence. The loss is incalculable. We lack detailed information about routes, diplomatic exchanges, cultural encounters, and technological achievements that would illuminate not just Chinese history, but the history of the entire Indian Ocean world in the early 15th century. China's withdrawal from maritime enterprise was reinforced by subsequent policies. Later Ming emperors and their Confucian advisors implemented increasingly restrictive maritime regulations. Private overseas trade was banned, a policy that would last for centuries. Coastal populations were forcibly relocated inland to prevent illegal trading. Shipbuilding for ocean vessels was prohibited. China, which had possessed the world's most advanced maritime technology and the organizational capacity to deploy it on an unprecedented scale, deliberately chose to abandon the sea. The timing of this withdrawal was historically momentous. Just as China was turning away from maritime expedition, Europe was beginning its age of oceanic expansion. In 1433, the year of Zheng He's final expedition, Portuguese navigators were beginning their systematic exploration of the West African coast, voyages that would eventually lead to the rounding of the Cape of Good Hope, the establishment of direct European sea routes to Asia, and ultimately European colonial dominance. The contrast between Chinese and European capabilities in the early 15th century is stark. Zheng He's fleets of hundreds of massive vessels crossing the Indian Ocean, while Portuguese expeditions consisted of 3 or 4 small caravels casually hugging coastlines. Historians have long debated why China made this choice. Part of the explanation is ideological. Confucian values emphasized agriculture and social stability over commerce and foreign adventure. Part is institutional. The eunuch faction that supported maritime expeditions lost power struggles with the Confucian civil service. Part is strategic. The Mongol threat in the north seemed more pressing than any opportunity in the south. Part is economic. The expeditions were expensive, and the economic returns, while real, did not match costs in any direct calculation. But there is also something more profound. Different civilization assumptions about China's relationship with the outside world. The treasure expeditions were not about discovery in the European sense. They were about confirmation. China already knew it was the center of civilization. The voyages were meant to demonstrate this truth to peripheral kingdoms, to bring them into proper tributary relationships, to extend Chinese influence through a combination of attractive display and implicit threat. They were not seeking new worlds to conquer or new civilizations to understand on their own terms. When foreign kingdoms acknowledged Chinese superiority and sent tribute, the system worked as intended. Europe approached exploration differently, driven partly by genuine ignorance and partly by hunger, for knowledge, for wealth, for religious converts, for glory. European kingdoms were competing fiercely with each other, seeking any advantage. They didn't assume cultural superiority, though they certainly developed it. They fought for it. This competitive dynamic, combined with technological development and institutional innovations in finance and organization, would drive European exploration and eventual colonial dominance. The alternative history implied by China's maritime withdrawal is tantalizing. What if China had maintained its Indian Ocean fleet? What if Chinese merchants and admirals had rounded the Cape of Good Hope before the Portuguese, had established Chinese trading posts and settlements in East Africa, had perhaps even crossed the Atlantic? Some fringe historians have claimed that Zheng He did reach the Americas, but these claims lack credible evidence. Yet the counterfactual remains intriguing. China possessed the technological capability for such voyages. What it lacked was the sustained institutional will. The legacy of Zheng He's expeditions survived despite official attempts at erasure. In Southeast Asia, Chinese communities still revere his memory, with temples dedicated to his worship as a deity. Archaeological evidence continues to emerge. Chinese porcelain in African excavations, references in Arab and Persian sources, genetic traces in populations suggesting historical Chinese presence. In modern China, Zheng He has been rehabilitated as a national hero, a symbol of Chinese maritime capability and peaceful power projection. The contrast with European colonialism is often emphasized. Chinese expeditions that established trade relationships rather than colonies, that returned home rather than seizing territory. This modern interpretation serves contemporary Chinese foreign policy narratives, but somewhat oversimplifies historical reality. The treasure voyages were indeed less violent than European colonialism would be, but they were hardly without coercion. The expeditions arrived with overwhelming military force, intervened in local politics, overthrew uncooperative rulers, and expected submission to Chinese hierarchical worldview. The difference was more in degree and longevity than in fundamental nature. European colonialism was more sustained, more extractive, and ultimately more transformative, because European powers maintained their engagement while China withdrew. The great ships themselves became legendary. Their massive size, reported in Chinese sources, seems so improbable that Western historians long dismissed them as exaggerations. Modern archaeological excavations from shipyard sites have confirmed that vessels approaching these dimensions were indeed constructed, though debate continues about the exact specifications. What is certain is that early 15th century China built ships larger and more sophisticated than anything Europe would match for 4 centuries, ships that required engineering knowledge, organizational capacity, and resource mobilization on a scale that testified to Ming Dynasty capabilities at their peak. The navigational knowledge demonstrated by the expeditions was equally impressive. Crossing the Indian Ocean required understanding of monsoon patterns, use of compass and astronomical navigation, interpretation of weather signs, and maintaining position despite weeks out of sight of land. The surviving navigational text reveals sophisticated geographical knowledge, detailed descriptions of coastlines and harbors, and practical sailing directions that could guide vessels across thousands of miles of open ocean. The cultural exchanges facilitated by the expeditions enriched all participating civilizations. Chinese goods, porcelain, silk, lacquerware became prized possessions in elite households from Java to Zanzibar. Conversely, Chinese knowledge of the outside world expanded dramatically. Medical texts incorporated drugs and treatments learned from Indian and Arab physicians. Geographical understanding grew through direct observation rather than relying on classical texts. Languages were learned, religions studied, customs documented. For the Muslim communities in China, the expeditions were particularly significant. Zheng He himself was Muslim, as were many of his senior officers and crew members. The voyages brought Chinese Muslims to direct contact with the Islamic heartlands, facilitating religious education.
The summons came on a sweltering Baghdad afternoon in the year 309 of the Hijra, 921 by the Christian calendar, when Ahmad ibn Fadlan ibn al-Abbas ibn Rashid ibn Hamad, a minor functionary in the vast bureaucracy of the Abbasid Caliphate, was called to an audience that would change his life forever. The messenger who arrived at his modest dwelling near the Bab al-Taq spoke with the clipped efficiency of palace officials. The Caliph al-Muqtadir required his presence, not for any wrongdoing, but for a special assignment requiring both religious learning and administrative competence. Ibn Fadlan, a man whose greatest adventures until that moment had consisted of copying religious texts and mediating minor disputes among merchants, felt both pride and trepidation as he made his way through Baghdad's teeming streets toward the heart of power. Baghdad in 921 was arguably the greatest city on earth, a metropolis of perhaps 1 million souls where the accumulated wealth and knowledge of the Islamic world concentrated like light through a lens. The round city built by Al-Mansur still stood at its core, though the sprawling metropolis had long since burst beyond those original walls. Along the Tigris, markets offered goods from 3 continents: Chinese silk and Indian spices, African ivory and Byzantine gold, furs and amber from the mysterious north. The House of Wisdom, though past its peak, still attracted scholars who translated Greek philosophy and Indian mathematics into Arabic, creating a synthesis that would eventually spark Europe's own awakening. Into this cosmopolitan hub flowed not just goods but information, stories, maps, fragmentary knowledge of a world far larger and stranger than most of its inhabitants could imagine. Ibn Fadlan knew the broader geography of his age as educated men did, the Islamic heartland stretching from Al-Andalus in the west to the borders of India in the east, the Byzantine Empire to the north, Christian kingdoms in Europe, and beyond them, hazier regions about which travelers told contradictory tales. He had heard of the northern peoples called Rus or Varangians, Scandinavian warriors and traders who had established themselves along the great rivers flowing into the Black and Caspian seas. Arabic coins, dirhams, minted in cities across the Caliphate, flowed northward in enormous quantities, payment for slaves, furs, wax, and honey. Merchants returned with stories of these northerners, impossibly tall, fair-haired, fierce in battle, worshipping strange gods, living in lands where winter darkness lasted for months and summer sun never set. Whether such tales were true or mere merchants' exaggerations, Ibn Fadlan had no way of knowing. The palace audience revealed the nature of his assignment. A king named Almush, ruler of the Volga Bulgars, a Turkic people who had established a kingdom at the confluence of the Volga and Kama rivers far to the north, had sent envoys to Baghdad with a remarkable request. He wished to convert to Islam, required religious instructors to teach his people the faith, and needed engineers and funds to build a fortress against hostile neighbors, specifically the Khazars to the south and other tribal peoples surrounding his territory.
The Caliph, seeing an opportunity to extend Islamic influence into these distant regions and perhaps gain intelligence about the valuable northern trade routes, had agreed to send an embassy. Ibn Fadlan would serve as its secretary and religious representative, charged with documenting the journey, instructing the Bulgars in Islamic law, and serving as the Caliph's eyes and ears in these remote lands. The embassy was to be led by Susan al-Rasi, an experienced diplomat, and would include several other officials, servants, and a substantial quantity of gifts, though, as Ibn Fadlan would later discover to his dismay, far less substantial than King Almush expected. They would carry 4,000 dinars for the construction of the fortress, religious texts, fine fabrics, and other goods meant to impress the northern king with the Caliph's generosity. The journey would take them through Persia, around the Caspian Sea, across the steppes, and into lands where Arabic was not spoken and Islam not practiced, where they would be entirely dependent on guides, interpreters, and the hospitality of peoples whose customs and beliefs were utterly foreign. Preparations consumed weeks. Ibn Fadlan, with characteristic thoroughness, gathered what information he could about the lands they would traverse and the peoples they would encounter. He spoke with merchants who had traded along the Silk Road and the Volga route, with geographers who had compiled reports from earlier travelers, with anyone who could offer practical advice about survival in the northern lands. The picture that emerged was daunting, a journey of thousands of miles through diverse climates and territories, crossing deserts and steppes and forests, navigating rivers and mountains, passing through the lands of peoples who ranged from similar city dwellers to nomadic pastoralists to, if the stories were true, savage barbarians who knew nothing of proper religion or culture. The embassy departed Baghdad on the 11th of Safar 309, June 21, 921, beginning a journey that would last more than a year and take Ibn Fadlan farther from home than any Arab scholar had ventured in that direction. The early stages proceeded along well-established routes through Persia, passing through cities where Arabic was understood and Islamic law prevailed. Ibn Fadlan's account surrounds the stages of their journey in meticulous detail, the distances covered each day, the towns where they stopped, the officials who received them, the landscapes they traversed. Even in these familiar territories, the journey was arduous. The summer heat of Persia, the necessity of arranging fresh mounts and supplies, the bureaucratic delays as local governors verified their credentials and provided the required escorts and safe conducts. As they traveled northeast through Khorasan and beyond the Oxus River into Transoxiana, the cultural landscape gradually shifted. Persian gave way to Turkic languages, settled agricultural communities to pastoralist camps, the architecture of Islamic cities to felt tents of nomadic tribes. Ibn Fadlan began to function truly as an ethnographer, recording details of peoples and customs with the same care he brought to legal scholarship. He noted physical appearances, clothing styles, marriage customs, religious practices, methods of warfare, types of dwellings, foods, and social hierarchies. His account reveals both genuine curiosity about human diversity and the inevitable prejudices of a man convinced of the superiority of his own civilization and faith. The embassy skirted the eastern shore of the Caspian Sea, passing through territories controlled by various Turkic peoples, some nominally subject to the Caliph, others independent, all requiring diplomatic negotiation and gift-giving to ensure safe passage. Winter caught them in the steppes, and Ibn Fadlan experienced for the first time the brutal cold of northern lands. His account records the shock of a man from Baghdad's baking heat, confronting temperatures that froze water solid and made travel agonizing. They acquired local clothing, heavy furs and layered felt, and learned survival techniques from their guides, how to protect extremities from frostbite, how to keep fires burning in the wind, how to read weather signs in the endless sky. The months of travel transformed the embassy party. The Baghdad officials, initially dressed in fine robes and maintaining courtly dignity, gradually adapted to nomadic life, their refinement giving way to practical survival. Ibn Fadlan himself changed, his initial discomfort evolving into a kind of professional detachment as he learned to observe and record even practices he found deeply disturbing. His account shows increasing sophistication as an ethnographer, moving beyond simple horror at unfamiliar customs to asking questions about their meaning and function within the societies that practice them. They reached the territory of the Volga Bulgars in the spring of 922, more than 10 months after leaving Baghdad. The journey had covered approximately 4,000 miles through some of the most diverse terrain on earth. King Almush received him with honor, but Ibn Fadlan immediately encountered complications. The king had expected the Caliph to send the full 4,000 dinars in cash, which he needed urgently for his fortress. Instead, the embassy had brought the money in goods and services, the salaries of the religious teachers, the cost of the gifts, and so forth, with only a fraction in actual coin. This created immediate tension, as the king felt deceived and the embassy struggled to explain the mismatch between expectations and reality. Despite these political difficulties, Ibn Fadlan set about his assigned tasks, instructing the Bulgars in Islamic practice, then learning what he could about the region and its peoples. The Volga Bulgars themselves were Turkic, living in a mixed economy of agriculture, herding, and trade. Their capital, also called Bulgar, sat strategically on the Volga at a point where north-south river traffic met east-west over land routes. The city served as a major trading center, where goods from Scandinavia, the Baltic, the Urals, Central Asia, and the Islamic world changed hands. The population was diverse: Bulgars, various Turkic and Finnic peoples, and most intrigat Johamlan Vensfin, Rus. The Rus, called by Arabs the Rusia, were Scandinavian Vikings who had penetrated deep into Eastern Europe along the great rivers, the Volga, the Dnieper, the Don. Swedish adventurers and traders had established themselves as a warrior elite among the Slavic populations, founding trading posts in small kingdoms, extracting tribute, capturing slaves, and controlling commerce. By Ibn Fadlan's time, they had been present in the region for over a century, establishing what would eventually become the foundation of medieval Russia, though Ibn Fadlan knew nothing of that future development. To him, they were simply another exotic people to observe and record, though they would prove the most fascinating and disturbing of all the peoples he encountered. Ibn Fadlan's account of his first encounter with the Rus conveys palpable shock. He had seen many peoples during this journey: Persians, Arabs, Turks, Khazars, various steppe nomads, but nothing prepared him for these northerners. His description emphasizes their physical appearance with the stunned precision of someone confronting beings who seemed to belong to a different category of humanity altogether. They were, he wrote, tall as date palms, blonde and ruddy. Some scholars have questioned whether his comparison to date palms was literal or however rhetorical, but others confirm that Rus are generally taller than the Mediterranean and Middle Eastern peoples of the period, partly due to better protein intake in northern Europe. Beyond height and coloring, Ibn Fadlan noted other distinct features. Many of the Rus were heavily tattooed with dark green patterns covering her bodies from fingernails to neck, dream patterns, geometric designs, and other motifs. This detail has proven valuable to archaeologists and historians, as few other sources mention Viking tattoos, though some image stubs and other evidence suggest the practice existed. The Rus men wear their pants longer,
long, grabbing eastward greens and beads, repeated in ridiculous style. Imagine lives, tunics of flowers passed with lampoops, seven molluscs in a goalie, arm rings and earrings fingering that advertise their wealthy status.
The Rus, whom Ibn Fadlan observed, had come to Bulgar for trade. They arrived in their distinctive ships, having traveled down the Volga from territories to the north, carrying goods for the market, slaves captured in raids or purchased from other tribes, furs of various animals, sable, marten, fox, squirrel, beeswax, honey, amber, and walrus ivory from the far north. In exchange, they sought silver coins and objects, fine fabrics, weapons, wine, and luxury goods from the Islamic world and beyond. The slave trade was particularly extensive and disturbing. Ibn Fadlan's account makes clear that slaves, mostly Slavic peoples, whose ethnic name became synonymous with slavery in multiple languages, were a primary commodity, chained and guarded, awaiting purchase by merchants who would transport them southward into Islamic lands. Ibn Fadlan's description of Rus hygiene practices reveals his cultural perspective vividly. Every morning, he reports, a slave girl would bring a large basin of water to the Rus merchants. Each man would wash his face and hands in the basin, blow his nose and spit into it, then pass it to the next man, who would repeat the process. This communal washing, with all men using the same increasingly filthy water, appalled Ibn Fadlan, who came from a culture with elaborate purification rituals and strict cleanliness requirements before prayer. His horror is palpable in the text, yet he records the practice faithfully, fulfilling his ethnographic ditty, even while expressing his disgust. He observed their religious practices with equal fascination and revulsion. The Rus were pagan polytheists who worshipped multiple gods, including figures who would be familiar to students of Norse mythology, Odin, Thor, Freyr, though Ibn Fadlan doesn't identify them by these names. When the Rus traders arrived at Bulgar, their first act was to visit their wooden idols, tall posts carved with human faces, with smaller figures surrounding the main image. Each merchant would prostrate himself, make offerings of bread, meat, onions, milk, and intoxicating drink, and pray for successful trade. If business went well, they returned with more offerings and sacrifices of animals, sheep or cattle, distributing the meat as charity while placing the heads and hides on stakes as offerings to their gods. As a Muslim, educated in the strict monotheism of the Quran, Ibn Fadlan found these practices deeply offensive. His account doesn't hide his contempt for what he saw as ignorant idol worship, yet he describes the rituals carefully, recognizing their importance to the Rus, even while condemning them as false religion. This tension between ethnographic observation and religious judgment runs throughout his account, making it both a valuable historical source and a revealing document of cultural encounter and misunderstanding. The Rus, Ibn Fadlan reports, were enthusiastic drinkers of alcoholic beverages, particularly mead, fermented honey, and various other intoxicating drinks. Drinking was communal and excessive by Ibn Fadlan's standards, with men sitting in circles, passing drinking horns, singing and boasting. Sometimes they drank themselves unconscious, a practice that Ibn Fadlan, coming from a culture where alcohol was forbidden, viewed as further evidence of barbarism. Yet he also noted their generosity within their own group, the way they shared food and drink, their loyalty to comrades, and their fearlessness in the face of danger. Sexual customs particularly shocked him. The Rus, he reports, engaged in sexual intercourse openly, without privacy or shame. When a merchant wished to have sex with one of his slave girls, he would do so in the presence of his companions, without seeking privacy or feeling embarrassment. To Ibn Fadlan, coming from a culture with strict sexual segregation and modesty codes, this openness was incomprehensible and deeply disturbing, another marker of the vast civilizational gulf he perceived between his own people and these northerners. Yet Ibn Fadlan also recorded details that reveal a more complex picture. The Rus were skilled craftsmen, their ships technological marvels, their metalwork and weapons of high quality. They were brave warriors, feared throughout the region. They maintained complex trading networks across thousands of miles. They had their own codes of honor and loyalty, their own aesthetics of beauty and proper conduct, even if these seemed incomprehensible or barbaric to Ibn Fadlan. His account, read carefully, reveals the limitations of his own perspective, even as it provides invaluable information. The centerpiece of Ibn Fadlan's account, the narrative that has fascinated and horrified readers for 1,000 years, is his eyewitness description of a Rus chieftain's funeral. A great lord had died, and Ibn Fadlan, hearing that the Rus performed unusual burial rites, made inquiries and secured permission to observe. What he witnessed and recorded in meticulous detail was a ship burial, a practice confirmed by archaeological discoveries across Scandinavia, but with elements of human sacrifice that make his account one of the most disturbing passages in medieval literature. When a great man died among the Rus, Ibn Fadlan learned, he was temporarily placed in a grave while his clan prepared for the funeral. They divided his wealth into 3 parts, one for his family, one to pay for funeral garments, and one to brew intoxicating drinks for the funeral feast. The most controversial element came next. They asked his slave girls and boys which of them would die with him. Once someone volunteered, in this case a young woman, the decision was irrevocable. The volunteer was placed in the care of 2 other women, called the daughters of the Angel of Death, who attended her constantly, gave her intoxicating drinks, and prepared her for her fate. Meanwhile, the dead chieftain's ship was dragged ashore and supported with wooden blocks. Around it, the Rus constructed an elaborate wooden framework.
Inside the ship, they prepared a funeral chamber, outfitting it with cushions and textiles. The dead man, who had been kept frozen in the interim, it was winter or early spring, was dressed in elaborate funeral garments, trousers, boots, a caftan, a brocade coat tripped with gold buttons, and a cap of brocade and sable. Thus attired, he was carried to the ship and placed in the funeral chamber, propped up with cushions. Around him, you placed offerings: bread, meat, onions, intoxicating drinks, weapons, and other goods he would need in the afterlife. Over the following days, the volunteer woman was given increasing amounts of alcohol and apparently psychoactive substances. She sang songs and seemed joyful, or at least performed joy. Ibn Fadlan notes she sang farewell songs, visiting the tents of the dead man's companions, where she had sexual intercourse with each man, who told her to tell their dead lord that this act was performed out of love for him. The exact interpretation of these ritual sexual acts has been debated by scholars, where they understood as symbolic marriages, fertility rites, communications with the dead, or something else entirely. Ibn Fadlan provides the description without interpretation, unable or unwilling to explain the meaning from the Rus' perspective. On the day of the funeral, Ibn Fadlan witnessed the climax of the ritual. The woman was brought to the ship. She removed her jewelry, giving it to the two women who had attended her. She drank one last cup of intoxicating beverage, singing as she did so. Then she hesitated, apparently reluctant to proceed, though the narrative is ambiguous. The old woman called the Angel of Death urged her onward. She entered a tent structure on the ship, followed by 6 men who had sexual intercourse with her in sequence. Then she was laid beside her dead master. What happened next was brutal and shocking. 2 men held her legs, 2 held her hands, and the 2 women held a cord around her neck, pulling it tight from both sides. Simultaneously, the old woman called the Angel of Death stabbed her repeatedly with a broad-bladed dagger. The woman was strangled and stabbed to death in a ritual killing that served both as sacrifice and as sending her to accompany her master to the afterlife. Ibn Fadlan's account is clinical in its horror, recording the details with the precision of a witness who cannot quite believe what he is seeing yet is determined to record it accurately. Once the woman was dead and placed beside the chieftain, the closest kinsman of the dead man approached, naked, covering his anus with one hand, a detail whose meaning remains debated: protection against evil spirits, ritual modesty, something else, and set fire to the wood beneath the ship. Others followed with burning brands, setting fire to the entire structure. The funeral pyre blazed spectacularly, consuming ship, bodies, and offerings in flames that reportedly could be seen from far away. The assembled Rus drank and celebrated, considering the quick burning of the pyre a sign that their god was pleased, and had quickly brought the dead man to paradise. One of the Rus explained to Ibn Fadlan through an interpreter their perspective on funeral practices, creating one of the most revealing cultural exchanges in the account. The Rus man said he found Arab burial customs incomprehensible and disgusting. "You Arabs are foolish. You take the most beloved of men to you and the most honored among you and put him in the ground, and the worms and earth eat him. We, however, burn him in an instant, and he enters paradise immediately." This statement reveals the fundamental cultural difference. Arabs believe in bodily resurrection and carefully preserve the body in burial. Norse religion apparently envisioned a different afterlife where the body's destruction released the spirit to journey to the gods.
The African porter who first brought word to the European missionary had run for 2 days through the coastal lowlands, his feet bleeding, his lungs burning, carrying news he knew the white man would not believe. He had seen with his own eyes what the Chaga people had known for generations, a mountain so tall it wore a crown of ice, rising from the equatorial heat like something from another world entirely. It was 1849, and Johann Ludwig Kraft, a German missionary working along the East African coast in what is now Kenya, listened to the porter's account with growing fascination. The man described a mountain the local people called Kilimanjaro, the name's etymology uncertain, possibly meaning mountain of whiteness or mountain of caravans, or perhaps that which defeats the caravan, a reference to its imposing presence on trade routes. The peak, the porter insisted, was covered in something white and cold, something the coastal people had no word for because they had never experienced it. Snow. Ice. In Africa. At the equator. Croft was a man caught between worlds, a Lutheran missionary who had come to Africa to save souls, but found himself increasingly captivated by geography, by the blank spaces on European maps that were anything but blank to the people who lived there. He had already heard rumors of great lakes in the interior, of mountains that touched the clouds, of kingdoms and civilizations that European scholars insisted could not exist in what they dismissively called darkest Africa. Now this, a snow-capped mountain near the equator, visible from hundreds of miles away on clear days, a landmark that guided caravans and shaped weather patterns and figured in the cosmology of a dozen different peoples. He set out to see it for himself. On May 11, 1849, after weeks of difficult travel inland through territories where Europeans rarely ventured and were not always welcome, Croft stood at a vantage point and witnessed what would change his life and eventually contribute to redrawing the map of Africa according to European imperial interests. Rising from the flat savanna, seemingly floating above layers of heat, haze, and cloud, was the most extraordinary mountain he had ever seen. Massive beyond comprehension, a volcanic cone of perfect proportions, and impossibly, incredibly, its summit blazed white with snow and ice. Croft wrote in his journal that night by the light of a small fire, his hand trembling slightly with excitement and fever. He was never entirely well in Africa, suffering recurring bouts of malaria that would eventually claim his wife and infant daughter.
This morning we discerned the mountains of Jaga more distinctly than ever, he wrote, using the contemporary European spelling for the Jaga region. The summit of one of them was covered by what looked like a white cloud. My guide called the white which I saw merely Bareti, cold. It was perfectly clear to me, however, that it could be nothing else but snow. He sent his report back to Europe, to the learned geographical societies in London and Berlin, expecting recognition, perhaps acclaim. Instead, he was met with skepticism bordering on ridicule. Snow at the equator? Impossible. The very idea violated everything European geographers thought they knew about climate zones and temperature gradients. Learned professors, men who had never set foot in Africa but who had studied maps and climate theory, declared that Croft must have been mistaken, delirious with fever, or simply lying. What he had seen, they insisted, must have been white rock, or perhaps unusually light-colored clouds. Their certainty was unshakable, built on the foundation of European scientific authority that could not conceive that significant geographical features might exist unknown to European scholarship, or that indigenous knowledge might have value. The fact that the Chaga people and other East African communities had known about Kilimanjaro snow for centuries, had incorporated it into their traditions and stories, had used the mountain as a landmark for trade routes and a source of mystery and spiritual significance. None of this entered into European geographical debates because African testimony was simply not considered credible evidence. It would take nearly a decade and confirmation from other European observers before the existence of Kilimanjaro snow was grudgingly accepted. In 1861, the Prussian explorer Baron Karl Klaus von der Teggen made 2 attempts to climb the mountain, reaching about 14,000 feet, far short of the summit's 19,341 feet, but high enough to bring back ice samples that could not be dismissed. The glaciers were real. Africa contained multitudes that European theory had not predicted. But if the mountain's existence was finally accepted by European geographical societies, its summit remained unconquered by European standards. And in the late 19th century, in the era that historians would later call the Scramble for Africa, unconquered peaks represented intolerable blank spaces on the map, challenges to European supremacy, prizes waiting to be claimed. For the Chaga people who lived on Kilimanjaro's fertile slopes, cultivating bananas and coffee in the rich Bokaria soil, tending cattle and maintaining an elaborate irrigation system of channels and furrows, the mountain was not a challenge to be conquered, but a presence to be respected, propitiated, and incorporated into the fabric of daily life. They called it Kilimanjaro, or sometimes Old Onyohuebor, the White Mountain. It brought rain, it harbored spirits, and streams and rivers provided water that made their lands productive in a region where water meant the difference between plenty and famine. Chaga tradition held that the mountain's summit was guarded by spirits, that the ice and snow were sacred, that the crater held mysteries not meant for human eyes. There were stories of people who ventured too high and never returned, of demons who live in the cold upper reaches, of the god Hua who dwelt among gods. Some traditions spoke of dwarves who mined silver and gold in the mountain's depths, though they were turned hostile to any who sought to steal their treasures. The crucial point that European explorers consistently missed or dismissed was that the Chaga had never felt compelled to reach the summit because they had no cultural framework that made such an achievement meaningful. They climbed high enough for practical purposes, to hunt, to gather medicinal plants, to find pasture for livestock during dry seasons, but the summit itself, why would one deliberately enter the realm of spirits, endure cold and suffering, risk death, simply to stand on the highest point? The mountain's significance was spiritual, practical, and communal, not about individual conquest or the planting of flags. This fundamental disconnect between African and European conceptions of the mountain, between relationship and conquest, between the integration and domination, would characterize all of the European attempts to climb Kilimanjaro in the late 19th century. Where the Chaga saw a living presence woven into their cosmology and ecology, Europeans saw an opportunity for glory, a chance to plant a flag, a peak to be measured, catalogued, and claimed. The political context made this disconnect even more consequential. The 1880s were the crucial decade of the scramble for Africa, when European powers, driven by a toxic mixture of economic interest, strategic competition, racial ideology, and what they genuinely believed was a civilizing mission, divided an entire continent among themselves with breathtaking speed and arbitrary cruelty. In 1880, only about 10% of Africa was under European control. By 1900, only about 10% remained independent. The Berlin Conference of 1884-85 formalized this process with chilling bureaucratic efficiency. Convened by German Chancellor Otto von Bismarck, representatives of 14 European nations, along with the United States, gathered in Berlin to establish rules for the breathtaking Africa. No African representatives were invited. No African voices. Germany was a relative latecomer to the colonial game, only unified as a nation in 1871, but was aggressively making up for lost time. Chancellor Bismarck, initially skeptical of colonial ventures, had been persuaded by a combination of pressure from German commercial interests, competition with other European powers, and eventually by the nationalist fervor that saw colonies as necessary for a great power's prestige. In 1885, Germany declared a protectorate over what it called German East Africa, territory that roughly corresponds to modern-day Tanzania, Rwanda, and Burundi. Mount Kilimanjaro, the highest peak in Africa, fell within the German sphere. It represented the perfect symbol of German colonial ambition, a natural wonder, a source of prestige, and importantly, still unclimbed by European standards. To plant the German flag on its summit would be to claim not just a mountain, but a symbolic victory in the broader competition among European powers. This was the world into which Hans Meyer inserted himself, a world of imperial competition, of exploration as an extension of colonial power, of mountains as national trophies. Hans Meyer was born in 1858 in Hildburghausen, Germany, into considerable privilege and opportunity. His father owned the Bibliographisches Institut, a prestigious publishing house known for producing encyclopedias, atlases, and educational materials, the kind of reference works that shaped how Germans understood the world. Young Hans grew up surrounded by maps and geographical knowledge, by accounts of distant lands and exotic peoples, by the presumption that the world existed to be catalogued, measured, and polished in German volumes. He studied history, philosophy, and economics in German universities, eventually earning a doctorate and becoming a professor. But academic life alone could not contain his restless energy and ambition. Meyer wanted to make his own mark on the world, not merely study what others have discovered. He wanted his name on maps, wanted to contribute new knowledge, and wanted the kind of recognition that came from first to reach the summit, first to explore a region, first to plant a flag where no European flag had flown before. In the 1880s, Meyer undertook extensive travels through Africa, Asia, via Africa's journeys that combined genuine scientific interest with Kilimanjaro's Hans Meyer was transfixed. The mountain dominated the landscape, visible from over 100 miles away on clear days, its snow-covered summit gleaming above the clouds. But unlike Croft, who approached the mountain primarily with missionary and scientific curiosity, Meyer saw a challenge, a conquest, a prize. He learned that several European climbers had mounted Kilimanjaro and failed. Vanderdecken had reached about 14,000 feet. The British missionary Charles New had claimed to reach the snow line in 1871. The Hungarian Count Samuel Telegi and the Austrian Ludwig von Hohenlohe attempt in 1887 all had been turned back by some combination of altitude sickness, lack of proper equipment, hostile local population, like mountain and its challenges. His first attempt came in 1887. Meyer assembled a small expedition, European companions, local boarders hired from the coast, basic supplies. They approached from the southeastern side, moving through the Chagga territories, hiring additional guides who knew the lower slopes, but who made clear they would not venture into the dangerous upper ranges. The Chagga were experiencing their own political upheavals, different chieftains, power, suffering.
The journey through the lower slopes was relatively uneventful, but fascinating for Meyer and Purtscheller, who documented everything. They collected botanical specimens, noting how plant species changed with altitude. They made meteorological observations, recording temperature and pressure changes. They photographed the distinctive vegetation zones, those bizarre giant groundsels and lobelias that seemed to belong in a science fiction landscape rather than Africa. As they moved higher, the porters began to drop away. Few were willing to venture above the moorland zone into the cold, barren alpine desert. Some cited practical concerns, inadequate clothing for the cold, fear of altitude sickness they had seen affect previous expeditions. Others cited spiritual reasons. This was not a place for humans. The spirits of the upper mountain were dangerous. By the time Meyer and Purtscheller established their high camp at about 15,000 feet, their party had been reduced to a handful. Themselves, Johanni Lau, and a few other porters who agreed to stay at the lower camps to support the summit attempt. They were now above the point where previous European attempts had turned back, entering territory that no one they knew had successfully traversed. The upper mountain presented challenges that no amount of European technology could entirely solve. The air was thin enough that every physical effort required immense willpower. Headaches were constant, sleep was difficult and unrested.
The cold was penetrating, temperatures well below freezing even during the day, despite being near the equator. Above about 16,000 feet, they encountered the glaciers that had caused such controversy when Kropp first reported them. Massive rivers of ice covering the upper mountain, glowing blue-white in the intense equatorial sun. These glaciers, remnants of a much colder climate period, were far more extensive in 1889 than they would be a century later. They covered large portions of the summit crater, flowed down the mountain's slopes and frozen rivers, and created a landscape of ice that seemed impossible in equatorial Africa. Climbing the glaciers required all of Perchscheller's alpine experience. With ice axes, they cut steps into the steep ice faces. With ropes, they secured themselves and each other against falls. The work was exhausting at high altitude, a few minutes of cutting steps followed by long rests, gasping in the thin air. Meyer's published account describes moments of intense beauty alternating with physical misery, the sunrise hitting the ice fields and turning them gold and pink, followed by hours of grueling upward progress measured in hundreds of feet. The crater rim visible above them impossibly far, then slowly, painfully closer. On October 5, 1889, they made their first attempt on the summit from their high camp. They were turned back by a combination of altitude sickness, exhaustion, and the technical difficulty of the final ice slopes. Meyer was devastated, but Perchscheller, with more high-altitude experience, insisted they rest, recover, and try again. On October 6th, they tried again, starting earlier to take advantage of the harder ice and pre-dawn cold. This time, something clicked. Their bodies were more acclimatized, they were more familiar with the route, and they found reserves of determination they hadn't known they possessed. Slowly, step by agonizing step, they climbed. The crater rim, the first major goal, grew closer. Round midday, they pulled themselves over the rim and stood, finally, on the edge of Kilimanjaro's volcanic crater, a vast bowl of ice and rock perhaps a mile across, the true summit peak rising on the far side. They rested briefly, too exhausted to feel much triumphed yet. They were standing at approximately 19,000 feet, higher than anyone they knew had ever stood in Africa. But they weren't at the summit. Across the crater, perhaps half a mile away and a few hundred feet higher, rose the true peak. Mustering their remaining strength, they traversed the crater rim, navigating around ice cliffs and rock outcrops, the ground falling away dizzily on both sides. And then finally, in the early afternoon of October 6, 1889, Hans Meyer and Ludwig Perchscheller stood on the highest point of Mount Kilimanjaro, 19,341 feet above sea level, the roof of Africa. In Meyer's account, this is a moment of pure triumph. He describes the view, the cloud-covered plains thousands of feet below, the curvature of the earth visible at the horizon, the sense of conquest and achievement. He describes unfurling the German flag, planting it on the summit, and naming the peak Kaiser Wilhelm Spitze in honor of the German emperor. What Meyer's account minimizes that Yohani Kinyala Lawu was also there, having made the summit climb with them. In Meyer's narrative, Lawu appears as a porter, the helper, someone who carried equipment, but Lawu's own later accounts, given in interviews in his old age, paint a different picture of his essential role in route finding, of his reaching the summit first to test the final approach, of being an equal participant in the achievement, even if not recognized as such. This erasure was systematic in colonial-era exploration narratives. European explorers were discoverers and conquerors, while African guides, boarders, and intermediaries whose knowledge made the expeditions possible were relegated to supporting roles. The same pattern appears in accounts of Nile source explorations, Sahara crossings, Congo expeditions, European names in the history books, African names forgotten or reduced to footnotes. On the summit, Meyer took photographs, made survey measurements, collected rock samples from the crater. He and Perchscheller spent perhaps half an hour at the top. Any longer was dangerous given their exhaustion in the thin air. Then began the descent. The climb down was in some ways more dangerous than the ascent. They were exhausted, their concentration wavering, the consequences of a slip potentially fatal. But by late afternoon, they were back at their high camp, and over the following days they descended through the camps they had established, finally reaching the forested lower slopes and Jaga territories. Meyer would make 2 more ascents of Kilimanjaro on this same expedition. On October 18th, he and Perchscheller reached the Surid again from a different approach route, exploring more of the greater rim. On October 20, they summited a 3rd time, conducting more extensive surveying work and taking a more complete set of measurements and photographs. These subsequent climbs were important for scientific purposes. Multiple measurements increased accuracy, different approaches provided more complete mapping, but the first ascent of October 6th was the historic achievement, the one that would secure Meyer's name in exploration history. When Meyer returned in Germany, he was celebrated as a national hero. The Kaiser himself received him, geographical societies awarded him medals. His lectures and published accounts were hugely popular. He had achieved what he set out to do, planted the German flag on Africa's highest summit, made detailed scientific observations, and brought back proof in form of photographs, measurements, and specimens. His book about the expedition, Ostafrikanische Glasserfahrten, published in 1890, was both a climbing narrative and an assertion of German colonial authority. Meyer presented Kilimanjaro as conquered territory, measured and mapped, its summit claimed for Germany and named for the German emperor. The mountain that had been sacred to the Jaga, that had been known and respected by African peoples for centuries,
centuries, was now Kaiser Wilhelm Spitze, a German possession in the heart of German East Africa. The scientific contributions of Meyer's expeditions were genuine and significant. His photographs provided the first clear documentation of Kilimanjaro's glaciers, proof that it finally silenced skeptics about equatorial snow. His measurements of the mountain's height, while not perfectly accurate by modern standards, were remarkably close. His botanical collections added to European knowledge of East African flora. His meteorological observations provided data about high-altitude weather patterns. But all of this scientific work was inextricably entangled with a colonial project. Meyer's expeditions were funded partly by German colonial interests who saw exploration as a tool of European conflict. His maps were used by German administrators to govern territory they had claimed without consent of its inhabitants. His work contributed to a narrative of European mastery over African nature and African peoples. The history of Kilimanjaro after Meyer's sermon reflects the broader history of German East Africa. Increasingly brutal colonial exploitation, violent suppression of resistance, extraction of resources and labor. The Chaga, whose territory included the mountain, found themselves subject to German authority, their traditional governance systems undermined, their lands surveyed and incorporated into colonial administration. World War I brought dramatic changes. German forces in East Africa under Paul von Ledward-Vorweg fought Galero campaign against Allied forces throughout the war. The Kilimanjaro region saw military action, with British and South African forces eventually occupying the area. After Germany's defeat, German East Africa was divided. Most of the territory, including Kilimanjaro, became Tanganyika under British administration as the League of Nations Married. In 1918, British authorities renamed the summit peak, removing the German Kaiser's name in the national fervor following the war. For a time, it was called Uro Peak, Uro meaning freedom in Swahili, though this naming wouldn't become official till Tanganyika independence. The mountain continued to attract climbers now increasingly from Britain and other nations. Climbing Kilimanjaro gradually evolved from a difficult expedition requiring mountaineering skills to, by the mid-20th century, a challenging but achievable trek for determined amateurs. Improved equipment, better understanding of altitude acclimatization, and established routes with camps and guides made the summit accessible to thousands of climbers annually. Yohani Kinyalalawu, Meyer's guide who had been present on the summit but received mid-righted, lived an ordinarily long life. He worked as a guide on Kilimanjaro for many years, leading numerous expeditions up the mountain. By the 1980s, as he reached extreme old age, he was possibly the oldest living human at the time. He became a local celebrity and was increasingly interviewed about his role in the first ascent. In these interviews conducted when Lawo was well over 100 years old, he insisted on setting the record straight. He had not been merely a boarder or helper, he had been essential to the success of the expedition. He had reached the summit first, testing the route for safety before Meyer and Burtscheller made the final approach. He had guided them through the difficult lower slopes, had helped establish camps, had been a full participant in the achievement, even if not recognized as such. This erasure was systematic in colonial-era exploration narratives. European explorers were discoverers and conquerors, while African guides, boarders, and intermediaries whose knowledge made the expeditions possible were relegated to supporting roles. The same pattern appears in accounts of Nile source explorations, Sahara crossings, Congo expeditions, European names in the history books, African names forgotten or reduced to footnotes. On the summit, Meyer 10 photographs, made survey measurements, collected rock samples from the crater. He and Burtscheller were spent perhaps half an hour at the top. Any longer was dangerous given their exhaustion in the thin air. Then began the descent. The climb down was in some ways more dangerous than the ascent. They were exhausted, their concentration wavering, the consequences of a slip potentially fatal. But by late afternoon, they were back at their high camp, and over the following days, they descended through the camps they had established, finally reaching the forested lower slopes and Jaga territories. Meyer would make 2 more ascents of Kilimanjaro Limentero's edition. On October 18th, he and Burtscheller reached the summit again from a different approach route, exploring more of the greater rim. On October 20, they summited a 3rd time, conducting more extensive surveying work and taking a more complete set of measurement photographs. These subsequent climbs were important for scientific purposes. Multiple measurements increased accuracy, different approaches provided more complete mapping. But the first ascent on October 6th was the historic achievement, the one that would secure Meyer's name in exploration history. When Meyer returned to Germany, he was celebrated as a national hero. The Kaiser himself received him, geographical societies awarded him medals. His lectures and published accounts were hugely popular. He had achieved what he set out to do, plant a German flag on Africa's highest summit, made detailed scientific observations, and brought back proof in form of photographs, measurements, and specimens. His book about the expedition, Ostafrikanische Lizardfaden, published in 1890, was both of a climbing diary and an assertion of German colonial authority. Meyer presented Kilimanjaro as conquered territory, measured and mapped, its summit climbed for Germany and named for the German emperor. The mountain that had been sacred to the Jaga, that had been known and respected by African peoples for centuries, was now Kaiser Wilhelm Spitze, a German possession in the heart of Germany, East Africa. The scientific contributions of Meyer's expeditions were genuine and significant. His photographs provided the first clear documentation of Kilimanjaro's glaciers, proof that it finally silenced skeptics about equatorial snow. His measurements of the mountain's height, while not perfectly accurate by modern standards, were remarkably close. His botanical collections added to European knowledge of East African flora. His meteorological observations provided data about high-altitude weather patterns. But all of this scientific work was inextricably entangled with a colonial project. Meyer's expeditions were funded partly by German colonial interests who saw exploration as the tool of imperial control. His maps were used by German administrators to govern territory they had claimed without consent of its inhabitants. His work contributed to a narrative of European mastery over African nature and African peoples. The history of Kilimanjaro after Meyer's summit reflects the broader history of German East Africa, increasingly brutal colonial exploitation, violent suppression of resistance, extraction of resources and labor. The Chaga, whose territory included the mountain, found themselves subject to German authority, their traditional governance systems undermined, and land surveyed and incorporated into colonial administration. World War I brought dramatic changes. German forces in East Africa under Paul von Ledward-Vorweg fought Galero campaign against Allied forces throughout the war. Kilimanjaro sieges saw military action, with British and South Africa's forces eventually occupying the area. After Germany's defeat, East Africa was defined. Most of the territory of the D3 outdoor ridge, to demonstrate that
For thousands of years, Antarctica existed as a phantom on the edge of human imagination, Terra Australis Incognita, the unknown southern land. Ancient Greek philosophers theorized its existence not from observation, but from symmetry, believing the Earth required a massive southern continent to balance the known northern land masses. Medieval maps depicted this hypothetical continent as a vast temperate realm, possibly inhabited, certainly exploitable, waiting beyond the known world's southern horizon. Explorers sailed southward, chasing this geographic phantom, finding instead an emptiness that seemed to confirm the continent's existence precisely by how completely the Southern Ocean resisted penetration. Captain James Cook, sailing farther south than any before him, circumnavigated Antarctica in the 1770s without ever seeing land. Turned back repeatedly by impenetrable ice barriers, the legendary navigator finally concluding that if land existed beyond the ice, it lay so far south and under such conditions that it held no value for mankind. Cook was wrong about the value, but right about the difficulty. The continent he never glimpsed would remain hidden for another half-century, its discovery coming not through deliberate exploration, but through the relentless commercial pressure that pushed sealers and whalers ever southward, following diminishing populations of their prey into waters no one had charted, no one had claimed, and where conditions tested the limits of wooden ships and human endurance. By the 1820, 3 expeditions approached this last unknown continent almost simultaneously, none aware that others shared their proximity to history. The convergence was no coincidence. After the Napoleonic Wars ended in 1815, European naval powers found their officers idle and their ships available for scientific ventures. The Russian Empire, seeking to demonstrate its maritime capability, dispatched a major expedition. Britain, having dominated the world's oceans throughout the conflict, moved to expand geographic knowledge of the southern regions. And American sealers, devastated by British naval interference during the War of 1812 and seeking new hunting grounds as northern populations collapsed, pushed into southern waters where rumors spoke of beaches black with seals, of populations so vast that fortunes could be made in a single season. These 3 groups, Russian naval expedition, British exploration, and American commercial venturing, would all claim priority in discovering the Antarctic continent, creating a confusion about first sighting that persists 2 centuries later, complicated by harsh conditions that made certainty difficult, by poor documentation, by national pride, and by the fundamental question of what constituted discovery of a continent that offered no welcome and made observation itself an achievement. Fabian Gottlieb von Bellinghausen commanded the Russian expedition, an officer from the Baltic German nobility who embodied the methodical professionalism of the Imperial Russian Navy. At 51, Bellinghausen brought decades of experience to his command, having circumnavigated the globe once already and having absorbed the lessons of Cook's southern voyage, which he studied obsessively. The expedition comprised 2 vessels, the corvette Vostok and the transport Mirny, carrying 190 men on a voyage intended to penetrate as far south as ice conditions permitted, to determine conclusively whether a southern continent existed, and to conduct scientific observations throughout the Southern Ocean. Tsar Alexander I personally approved the expedition, motivated partly by scientific curiosity, partly by desire to demonstrate Russian naval capability in an era when maritime power determined national prestige, and partly by a growing interest in natural philosophy that characterized early 19th century Russian imperial ambitions. Bellinghausen's instructions emphasized careful documentation, daily astronomical observations, detailed logs, sketches of coastlines and ice formations, collection of specimens, meteorological records. The Russian expedition would sail farther south for longer under worse conditions than either competitor, and would document its findings with scientific precision. Yet for decades afterward, Bellinghausen's achievement remained obscure. His reports published only in Russian, his careful observations unknown to Western science, his priority claim dismissed or ignored, until 20th century historians finally recognized that the taciturn Baltic German had almost certainly been first to see the Antarctic continent. The Russian ships departed Kronstadt in July 1819, sailing south through the Atlantic, pausing at various ports, conducting observations, and reaching South Georgia by December. There, Bellinghausen surveyed the island's southern coast, documenting the massive glaciers flowing from interior mountains to the sea, the incredible numbers of seals and penguins, the first hints of what Antarctic wildlife populations might encompass. On December 22nd, the expedition crossed the Antarctic Circle, entering waters where summer daylight lasted nearly 24 hours, but where ice became increasingly prevalent, forming barriers that required constant navigation adjustments. Bellinghausen sailed methodically eastward, keeping as far south as ice conditions permitted. The 2 ships maintained visual contact in waters where fog and snow squalls could separate vessels permanently. The crew endured constant cold, the dangers of shifting ice, the psychological stress of sailing for weeks through a landscape of white and gray where distance became impossible to judge, where what appeared to be open water might be ice-covered bay, where land and ice shelf merged so completely that determining where rock ended and frozen ocean began required careful observation that harsh conditions frequently made impossible.
On January 27, 1820, at approximately 69 degrees 21 minutes south, 2 degrees 14 minutes west, Bellinghausen's log records sighting what he described as an ice field covered with small hillocks extending beyond the horizon, almost certainly the ice shelf of the Antarctic continent itself, the first documented human observation of Antarctica. Bellinghausen, characteristically cautious, did not claim to have discovered land. His log entry describes ice formations, notes the latitude and longitude, records the weather conditions, but makes no dramatic pronouncement. The Baltic German navigator understood the difficulty of certainty. What appeared to be land might be ice shelf. What seemed to extend infinitely might be a large iceberg. Conditions could deceive even experienced observers. Only in retrospect, comparing his coordinates with modern maps, can we determine that Bellinghausen observed the ice shelf of Princess Martha Coast, that his ships approached within 20 miles of the actual continental landmass, and that on that gray Antarctic summer day, the Russian expedition became the first humans to document sighting Antarctica. Bellinghausen sailed on, continuing eastward, making multiple observations of the continental coast and ice shelves over subsequent weeks, gradually accumulating evidence that a massive landmass lay beneath the ice, but never claiming definitive discovery, his scientific caution preventing the dramatic announcement that might have secured immediate recognition of Russian priority. 2 days after Bellinghausen's first sighting, on January 29, 1820, British naval officer Edward Bransfield approached the Antarctic Peninsula from the north, commanding the hired brig Williams on a voyage intended to survey the recently discovered South Shetland Islands. Bransfield's expedition had originated in Valparaiso, where British naval captain William Smith reported discovering the South Shetlands while sailing an unusually southern route around Cape Horn. The Royal Navy dispatched Bransfield to investigate, to survey the islands, to claim them for Britain, and to determine whether they represented part of a larger landmass, the theoretical southern continent. Bransfield charted the South Shetlands through January 1820, documenting their extent and observing the massive seal populations that would soon attract commercial hunters. On January 30th, sailing south from the islands, Bransfield sighted high mountains across the strait, the peaks of the Antarctic Peninsula rising dark and dramatic above the ice. Bransfield's log records a high mountainous country covered in snow, unquestionably describing land rather than ice formations, giving Britain a strong claim to first verified sighting of the Antarctic landmass itself rather than ice shelves. The British claim rests on this distinction. Bransfield clearly saw rock mountains, unambiguous of land, while Bellinghausen's first observation might have been ice shelf rather than continent proper. The distinction seems technical, almost petty, yet it mattered enormously to 19th century geographers and continues to fuel debate among Antarctic historians. What constitutes discovering a continent? First approach to territorial waters, first sighting of associated ice shelves, first observation of actual land, first landing on shore. The question has no objective answer, only competing interpretations shaped by national pride and historical emphasis. Bransfield sailed southward towards the Antarctic Peninsula over subsequent days, charting the coastline, naming various features, and formally claiming the territory for King George IV. His expedition returned to Valparaiso in March 1820, his reports reaching London where they generated considerable interest. Britain had claimed Antarctica, or at least the accessible peninsula extending towards South America, and British geographers would spend decades arguing for Bransfield's priority, dismissing Russian claims as unverified or referring mainly to ice shelves rather than genuine continental landmass. The American claim for discovery rests on the voyage of Nathaniel Palmer, a 21-year-old sealer from Stonington, Connecticut, commanding the sloop Hero in southern waters searching for seal rookeries. Palmer represented a different category of explorer entirely, not a naval officer on official expedition, but a commercial operator, young, entrepreneurial, sailing with minimal equipment and documentation, motivated by profit rather than national glory or scientific knowledge. Palmer's voyage exemplifies the role of sealers in Antarctic discovery. These commercial operators ventured into dangerous waters years before official expeditions, accumulated practical knowledge of southern geography and navigation, and made numerous discoveries they never formally reported because secrecy about seal populations represented competitive advantage. Palmer sailed south from the South Shetlands in November 1820, searching for new hunting grounds, and claimed to have sighted the Antarctic Peninsula, though the evidence remains ambiguous. His log for the crucial dates has been lost, his later accounts varied in details, and no contemporary verification exists. What is documented is Palmer's remarkable encounter with Bellinghausen in early 1821, when the Russian expedition completing its circumnavigation of Antarctica met the tiny American sloop in southern waters. The convergence was no coincidence. After the Napoleonic Wars ended in 1815, European naval powers found their officers idle and their ships available for scientific ventures. The Russian Empire, seeking to demonstrate its maritime capability, dispatched a major expedition. Britain, having dominated the world's oceans throughout the conflict, moved to expand geographic knowledge of the southern regions, and American sealers, devastated by British naval interference during the War of 1812 and seeking new hunting grounds as northern populations collapsed, pushed into southern waters where rumors spoke of beaches black with seals, of populations so vast that fortunes could be made in a single season. These three groups, Russian naval expedition, British exploration, and American commercial venturing, would all claim priority in discovering the Antarctic continent, creating a confusion about foot sighting that persists 2 centuries later, complicated by harsh conditions that made certainty difficult, by poor documentation, by national pride, and by the fundamental question of what constituted discovery of a continent that offered no welcome and made observation itself an achievement. Fabian Gottlob von Bellinghausen commanded the Russian expedition, an officer from the Baltic German nobility who embodied the methodical professionalism of the Imperial Russian Navy. At 51, Bellinghausen brought decades of experience to his command, having circumnavigated the globe once already and having absorbed the lessons of Cook's southern voyage, which he studied obsessively. The expedition comprised 2 vessels, the Corvette Vostok and the transport Mirny, carrying 190 men on a voyage intended to penetrate as far south as ice conditions permitted, to determine conclusively whether a southern continent existed, and to conduct scientific observations throughout the Southern Ocean. Tsar Alexander I personally approved the condition, motivated partly by scientific curiosity, partly by desire to demonstrate Russian naval capability in an era when maritime power determined national prestige, and partly by a growing interest in natural philosophy that characterized
against early 19th century Russian imperial ambitions. Bellinghausen's instructions emphasized careful documentation, daily astronomical observations, detailed logs, sketches of coastlines and ice formations, collection of specimens, meteorological records. The Russian expedition would sail farther south for longer under worse conditions than either competitor, and would document its findings with scientific precision. Yet for decades afterward, Bellinghausen's achievement remained obscure, his reports published only in Russian, his careful observations unknown to Western science, his priority claim dismissed or ignored, until 20th century historians finally recognized that the taciturn Baltic German had almost certainly been first to see the Antarctic continent. The Russian ships departed Kronstadt in July 1819, sailing south through the Atlantic, pausing at various ports, conducting observations, and reaching South Georgia by December. There, Bellinghausen surveyed the island's southern coast, documenting the massive glaciers flowing from interior mountains to the sea, the incredible numbers of seals and penguins, the first hints of what Antarctic wildlife populations might encompass. On December 22nd, the expedition crossed the Antarctic Circle, entering waters where summer daylight lasted nearly 24 hours, but where ice became increasingly prevalent, forming barriers that required constant navigation adjustments. Bellinghausen sailed methodically eastward, keeping as far south as ice conditions permitted. The two ships maintained visual contact in waters where
Yet this frozen wasteland supported wildlife populations of staggering abundance. Early visitors described beaches covered with seals so densely packed that walking among them required stepping over sleeping animals, the seals showing no fear of humans, never having encountered predators on land, allowing sealers to approach and kill them with clubs and knives in a slaughter so easy it barely qualified as hunting. Penguin colonies numbered in hundreds of thousands, the birds covering every ice-free surface, their cacophony audible for miles, their rookeries producing guano deposits that over centuries had created layers feet thick. Whales appeared in numbers that seemed infinite, multiple species inhabiting Antarctic waters, feeding on krill that formed the foundation of the Southern Ocean ecosystem, these tiny shrimp-like creatures existing in swarms so vast they colored the water pink, biomass concentrations possibly representing Earth's largest animal populations. Early observers described whale breaching sequences where dozens of animals broke the surface simultaneously, creating waterfalls of spray, the power and grace of these massive creatures leaving sailors speechless. The absolute cold challenged comprehension and survival. Temperatures that rarely exceeded freezing meant constant danger of hypothermia. Frostbite affected exposed skin within minutes. Metal tools adhered to bare hands, removing skin when pulled away. Breath froze instantly, forming ice crystals that tinkled falling through the air, a phenomenon sealers called frost music. And water thrown into air in extreme cold froze before hitting the ground. Ships' rigging accumulated ice that added dangerous weight aloft, requiring constant labor to chip away accumulations that could capsize top-heavy vessels. The work conducted in conditions where men could only function for short periods before requiring rotation to relative warmth below decks. Clothing technology remained primitive, early explorers wearing wool and canvas that offered inadequate insulation and no wind resistance, leather boots that conducted cold directly to feet, gloves that made detailed work impossible. Frostbite injuries were routine, severe cases requiring amputation, surgeons conducting procedures without anesthetic in pitching ships, mortality from infection exceeding 50